Hi. Hey. Hello. Hi, guys. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 1:23 in the afternoon. It's 4:09. That's an April 9th, 2025. It's a Wednesday. Some stupid software developer piece of shit fucking cocksucker fucked with me in the first 90 seconds. I don't know if it's the Windows stupid fucking worthless piece of shit cocksucker, or the OBS stupid worthless piece of shit software cocksucker, or the fucking worthless piece of shit Google Chrome worthless piece of shit cocksucker, or the worthless piece of shit software developer, Twitch developer, or the worthless piece of shit fucking like internet developer, or my ISP developer. We don't know which piece of shit software developer fucking fucked my stream there in the last like 3 minutes or whatever. But they crashed my computer and forced me to restart and all this stuff. So hi guys, it's it's 4:09:25. That's an April 9th. That's a Wednesday. And after the worthless piece of shit software developers that are just gonna keep fucking us until we incarcerate them got done with me, I'm actually starting my stream. So hey, sorry, this is the worthless piece of shit software developers of the fucking world are gonna fuck us all in the ass until we die. There's nothing we can do. They're gonna fuck us to death. They're gonna steal all our money with crypto, and they're gonna destroy our politics with the right wing, and they're gonna take the software. They're gonna fuck us to death. And so it's cool. It's happening to me live in real time. As I fire the stream, they have their saying they fuck me in the ass in the first 90 seconds before I can even get any words out. I mean, and you can see how software developers are full-blown destroying the humanity. So anyways, we're gonna get off that terribly negative I'll drop my truth. It is true. Software developers are killing all of humanity pretty much and causing most of the problems. They aren't directly causing rape. That's rapist, but they create the environments in which it happens and all this other shit. And so we blame the software developers for pretty much everything. I would say it's not everything, but most of it stems back to them now. Most of the crime in the world stems back to the software developers. So anyways, now I made my statement. I love you guys. I'm here to play some Mortals, some Eve, and some FFXI. Fuck the stupid piece of shit software developer thieves as they fuck us all in the ass, steal our money, rape children, and screw our government over, and buy the bribes, and bribe the votes, and all the stuff that they do to destroy the world. I can fight against them. I'm the only person in the world, like Batman, who's aware that the Joker exists. But the Joker exists, and it is software developers, and they are blowing up Gotham. I love you guys. So we're going to move on and get off that subject. We're going to watch some videos today, but I got a lot to fire up here. I'm going to get on FFXI. I'm going to drop it off the big face and everything. And we're going to get to the video games and everything. But it wouldn't be me if I didn't start off the stream without yelling about the piece of shit software developers who are destroying all of humanity. They'll bring the Y2Ks and the zombie apocalypses. They brought the COVID. They screwed us with the Republicans. They fucking fucked up. They fucked our women over since the dawn of time and shit. Up until 1978, it was legal to rape your wife and all this stuff. A lot of that wasn't software developers until about 1947, somewhere around there. But I mean, it is now. It used to just be a lot of bad actors in a lot of different places and stuff. But now it's mostly just software developers since 1947 causing most of the war, most of the rape, most of the famine, most of the stealing, most of the destruction. Definitely the credit crisis, definitely the bank crisis, definitely Afghanistan and Vietnam and World War II. They've caused most of the problems in the world since 1947. Software developers. I hate to say it, but I mean, it is true. And so we're going to get off that. It's just every time that they fuck me, cross me, or screw me, I'm going to fucking let the world know who they are. You know what I'm saying? I will let the world know. I will full-blown let the world know. Every time you fuck me and you cause me to fucking reset my stream 90 seconds into the stream, force me to reset my computer because one of the 7 or 8 piece of shit software that I'm running or whatever can't manage to fucking work or whatever, I'm going to light you up to the entire fucking known world about how you're killing the known world, and I hope they kill you. I hope they kill every last software developer. It fucking sucks, but that's how bad it's gotten. You know what I'm saying? You took over my government. You caused every last war we've ever been in. You conquered the women. You put them to basically Pornhub. It's disgusting. The software developers have pretty much like destroyed the world, and I will not stand by while they do it. I will not stand by while they fuck me in the ass and try to destroy my art by killing my software or shutting down my OBS or restarting my Windows or restarting my computer or anything like that. I reformat all the time. I combat the software developers as they actively try to destroy everything we know and love. And it wouldn't be me if I didn't start out the stream without that wonderful intro, because it is true. Everything I'm saying is true. It is not hyperbole. So anyways, but we're going to get off the software developers as long as they get off me. If they didn't fuck me every single day, all of my life, all day long, every day of my life, I wouldn't put them in the sites and say software developers are causing all of the world's problems. We must kill them, right? Like Nazis or whatever. I mean, the same thing. So, but, anyways, that's where I fell on that one. I'm terribly sorry. If you software developers didn't fucking screw with me as much as you did all of my entire life, I wouldn't say things like I did. But there we go. Here is Did Drill Make the World More Dangerous? I've got a whole bunch of startup MMO stuff I've got to do. But yeah, watching the software developers destroy Mortal, watching the software developers destroy America, watching the software developers destroy Sweden and Iceland, watching the software developers destroy every country in the fucking world, watching the software developers destroy Bitcoin, watching the software developers destroy the American government, destroy the American youth, enslave people with Bitcoin and sell chomo fucking child porn on fucking deep webs and dark webs and all this. All of the crime, all of the mafia has become a gang, and it's all online, and it's all software developers. And I can point this out, and it's the greatest secret in mankind's history that nobody knows. But yeah, the software developers are actually Satan, and they walk among us, and they do destroy everything and every infrastructure, every bit of dud. They steal all the money, they enslave the children, they turn the women into Pornhub. They are the worst people that have ever been born. Software developers. Consult the Pornhub or the YouTube or the Facebook or the TikTok or the all the death sites, all the suicide sites, all the hitman sites, the Silk Road, the dark web, all the drug dealing, all the pederasty, all the shit that the software developers get up to. And I know nobody in the fucking entire world has ever actually seen it, but I have. You can see that it all boils down to one common denominator. Software developers, like Bill Gates.
Look at these boys.
Not kidding.
If I told you that this was the most dangerous generation of gang.
Anyways, we're going to get off the software developers, and we're going to go to something else that is just as, well, not just as dangerous. Software developers are far worse because they're actually like massively successful in every time they ever do anything. But yeah, the other real bad problem in the world besides software developers are gangs. I mean, they're the same thing, really.
Look at these boys. What if I told you that this was the most dangerous generation of gangbanging in Chicago? These guys. But don't just take my word for it. Look.
No, I believe it.
Look at the numbers. Unfortunately, Chicago averaged about 500 to 600 murders a year. But 1974 was by far the deadliest year in the city's history. 70 murders a month. For reference, there still hasn't been a worse decade in Chicago. So when my mom and them say, you young people messed up the streets, we used to be able to walk around without worry about getting shot. I can forgive her for not remembering 50 years ago. I've been lied to my whole life. They told me back in the day, gangs was about the community, buying the kids school supplies and making sure they was in the house when the street lights came on. These numbers ain't nothing.
Yeah, but then, the software developers got a hold of, everything, and they took over the media, and they informed the parents in the middle of the 70s white flight that all their kids were going to die in gang wars in the streets and stuff. And by the 90s, they were like, oh, you all get shot up by drive-bys and all this stuff. And by the 2000s, they had their 9/11 and their full-blown software developer zeitgeist fear campaign, and it had killed 3,300 of our own people, like Bill Gates and George Bush Jr. and all this, and all these terrible problems. And and by 2004, the gangs on the streets weren't the biggest problem in the world. They were up until about 2004. Then the software developers caused the bank crisis.
Chicago, New York.
And then it didn't matter if you were poor or not. You were just poor.
City was seeing almost.
So yeah, I can hate on the software developers like I hate the motherfucking gangs. Fuck them. They're the same thing. They're criminals.
2,000 murders a year, unheard of in any country outside of Central and South America. I've been sitting up.
I used to gangbang. Used to be in a drug gang. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a hypocrite or whatever, but I didn't have to like it. I didn't like it. I just, that was the name of the game. It's like the rules of the game. But like,
they're preaching about what drill did.
Did drill make the world more dangerous? No, I think selling Windows 1995 to the Microsoft for military for the last 47 years has been made the world more dangerous. I think the software developers made the world truly dangerous.
it to us in the past 15 years. But how could this be possible? My pops graduated
I think
in
the gangs bang on
1974.
the corner, you know, and kind of like blow up buildings once in a while or whatever. I think the software developers own the buildings and fuck the people who like with small salaries who take care of the buildings and all this other shit. It's like, you know, the gang members roll around in the G ride. The software developers own the G ride that the gang developers are running around in, and they have put a smart fucking computer in the car so it won't work if the smart computer doesn't work.
Oh, and that man act like wasn't nothing going on but people smoking Reggie joints in Woodstock. So what is
No,
it?
and he's gonna say something really crazy, that there was more murders in 1974 than there was in 2014. But we have this crazy like concept that it's the worst it's ever been, but no, actually there was like 600 there's only like 300-400 deaths a year in Chirac right now, but in 1974 there was 600 deaths a month. And we think that we bang harder now, but no, we used to bang harder back then.
Real actually do it on the streets today. Now, I don't like to get too deep into conspiracy theories, but the drill being connected with the prison system is definitely one I'm almost tempted to believe. But then again, I'm from Chicago, so let's go over my personal experience. Now, I'm old. I was in high school at the same time as guys like King Von, Chief Keef, and Tay Capone, and I can say that it definitely wasn't just prison taking the killers off the street. Get Back has always played a huge role. Let me explain. I went to school with a guy that dropped a song and was killed 5 days after the music video dropped. This is not as fast as when Lil Mark dropped No Competition and was killed 3 days later, but I didn't know Lil Mark. Unfortunately, a fucked up memory that I'll never forget is when I was smoking at a girl's house back in 2014, and another girl walked in and said, "You want to see Lil Mark's baby?" And she brought in his infant son, who is his spitting image. And unfortunately for this kid, who's about 11 years old now, the internet exists. And I just pray he doesn't let it get to him if he sees anything about his father. And that's one of the main differences from the 70s and now. If we didn't have the numbers, we wouldn't have a clue what happened back then. But for kids like Baby Mark, the evidence is all too clear. But back to Don D, I never heard this kid talk much. I knew he was bad, like a lot of kids he hung around, but at the time, there still hadn't been any drill rappers getting any motion outside of the main faces we know today and their affiliates. So when I saw his music videos, I was shocked. I knew very well about the new war that was starting in his area, but there hadn't really been any...
Every time that I wake up and you fucking piece of shit software developers cause me another 25 minutes in a single second by causing my computer to crash or some piece of software to crash and shit, I'm gonna tear into you and let the world know who you are. I'm gonna fucking do it. I've done it all 3.5 years I've been doing this. Every time you fuck me with your negligence and your piece of shit fucking software that you go live with that's so buggy it doesn't even work live or whatever, I'm gonna fucking tear into your worthless piece of shit fucking criminal software developer asses every single fucking time, all of my goddamn life. Sooner or later someone's gonna listen and you're gonna lose your fucking industry, you stupid pieces of shit. The lawyers will listen to me sooner or later and they're gonna sue you.
Murders connected to these guys.
They're gonna sue you. They're gonna be like, how many pieces of your, how many times does your software break every day? That's all they have to ask a jury. How many times does Windows break every day for how many billions of people? And they're like, oh, you know, roughly we've detected at about 1.1 billion clients at any given time on any given day on planet Earth completely break down or whatever, and that's what Windows sold for billions and billions of dollars. We don't know why the man walks free. He's actually like per capita the greatest criminal in mankind's history or whatever, short of Hitler or whatever, but he still walks free because he has a lot of money or whatever.
You see,
and it's like, no, you fucked over $1 billion with a piece of shit operating system that doesn't work. Why aren't you in jail? I'll say it. I know none of the other white people will say it because they love you or whatever, because you're white or whatever. I don't give a flying fuck about your stupid turtleneck ass, your fucking child rapist turtleneck fucking ass. I don't care about you. The amount of damage and time and sorrow you have caused the human race in the last 27 years with your fucking negligence should condemn you to a goddamn jail charge and a prison sentence. And I believe this. I really do. I believe it like I believe the sun's going to rise tomorrow. Will it happen? No, because the rich white people defend the rich white people. It's the good old boys. But if the good old boys didn't defend pieces of shit like fucking Bill Gates or whatever, yeah, jail sentence, bitch. It's been 27 years of us fucking with Windows, not just us, but our military too. It's been 27 years of us fucking with Windows and breakdowns and crashes all day long. We got South Park way back in fucking 2001 or whatever, shooting Bill Gates in the goddamn head on motherfucking South Park, bigger, longer, and uncut or whatever, because it's that big of a fucking world joke how bad the software developers have actually gotten. It's literally like a Hollywood joke to shoot Bill Gates in the goddamn head on a fucking Hollywood movie. It's like literally, and it's been that way for 27 years and shit, and we laughed at it back then. We shouldn't have laughed at it, but we laughed at it back then because we all know who the real gangster is. It's Bill Gates.
Younger branch of the Evans mob.
Fuck them.
They have been at war for the whole decade before these guys jumped off the porch.
We all know the real gangsta isn't that motherfucker trying to sling crack so he can pay for his baby's mama's fucking bottle or whatever in the ghetto or whatever. The real gangsta is that Bill Gates who stole 25 minutes from not only me just today, but 25 minutes from probably everybody in the known world. And so there's these pieces of shit software developers. You want to blame all these people in the ghetto for shooting each other for crime and all this stuff. I want to blame the people making the G-Rides. I think it is actually the Bill Gateses of the world that are actually causing all the tears and sorrow and problems and rape and murder and theft. Sorry. I just really fundamentally believe this because they get caught doing it all the time. Consult Jeffrey.
Was eventually killed the original reason for any beef, but as I remember, it started over a fight essentially, and some older guys came back with guns, but the guys they shot at came back and took over half the neighborhood. Definitely not something you see every day.
Nope.
I remember several GD and even neutral blocks flip BD under the threat from the other side, but I know it was over nothing. I had a homie back in the day who personally involved himself so deep in this war, despite having no other reason than I guess he just didn't want to get bullied into flipping or changing his nation. The thing is, there was nothing that serious about the nation he was with. He was only walking around saying he was GD essentially because the older guys agreed that he was. But they were just looking at him as another body that would be in the way in case bullets started flying. One of the big guys was even having sex with his sister. So back to this guy. He became a rapper in the summer, and only 3 songs in, he was dead by December, 5 days after his last video dropped. And of course, it was his most disrespectful song. So what did this prove? The streets of Chicago are safer than they were in the 70s and the 90s when the murder rate got back to where it was in the 70s, but now it just seems so much worse. Maybe it's because the guys heavily involved were getting younger and younger, but what happened to this guy in the years leading up to his hood jumping in the streets was the drill scene made it more appealing to be in his life. This guy wasn't from the safest neighborhood, but historically, it's a neighborhood full of black judges and police officers. And a lot of guys in this area never starved growing up or lived that deep in poverty. Just look at Bloodhound Lil Jeff and Q50. A lot of their family hails from around this neighborhood, and I even grew up with one of his cousins. These guys came from black families with money. It's just that playing ball and owning your own business became less appealing. Just think about this. When you were in high school, especially in the city, there were very few things that seemed more important to you than having the best outfits to come to school in and making your lifestyle look appealing on social media. And right before the drill took off, I remember how toxic it was getting. The late 2000s on Facebook in Chicago was just full of kids dropping the 5 because it looked cool on pictures, even though this was disrespecting the whole nation, something that wouldn't have even been played with 10 years before this. And little guys standing on the block just having to throw up something with their hands to look good for the picture, even if they had no real affiliation. When trying to fit in became associated with gang culture, we had a problem. And that's why I salute the kids even more that grew up in these areas and were mature enough not to try this to look cool. My old homie that I mentioned earlier, he migrated a few blocks down once it became too hot for him to continue walking around his own block. He was such a target that we used to have to walk him home in a group just to make him look like less of a target, even though we didn't even have a gun. But when he went down to this other hood with these guys he barely knew, they got pulled over riding around one day, and one of the older guys had a gun on him. Like older guys do in the hood, he told my homie that he was gonna have to take the rap for this gun. My homie stood up for himself and said no, and the other guy ended up going to jail. But from that day, the rest of the guys in that hood told him that if he ever came back, they would kill him. And with rules like this, it's a wonder that the streets ain't more dangerous. They was probably bluffing though, and he even made it out the hood and ended up going to college. In fact, going down to visit him in college was my first experience for real with how people was living outside of Chicago, and honestly something that made me want to go to college. I remember just walking around being amazed that we could walk around from midnight to 5 o'clock in the morning without hearing a single gunshot. That's messed up. But this goes back to the structure being lost. Nobody takes their own weight. But honestly, it seems like the biggest thing structure did in Chicago was cause more murders. Because it seems like back in the 70s and 80s, when the guys told you to do something, you just did it without question, including killing your own community. And I saw the remnants of this system trickle down into my generation. But the every man for himself mentality kind of killed it, because it started to look goofy for you to listen to another man. Because man will mislead you in a
I don't listen to another man.
One of the few things.
Not even my best friends. There's been times I've gone against them. Like, I don't listen to anybody but myself. My own counsel will I keep on anything at all. Anything at all. I learned from Yoda when I was like goddamn 16 years old or something like that. My own counsel will I keep as to who or what Jedis I have around me or anything like that. You understand? My own counsel will I keep. Google launched their AI today, I guess. It's called Gemini. Interesting. Okay, well, we have a new Google AI called Gemini. I'll have to check that out.
Things that at least kids starting in my generation understood growing up. Even still, it seems like back in the day, there was still some things considered off limits, like women and children.
Grandmothers.
That's not true today. And maybe this has something to do with my generation.
Yeah, like Sunday morning at 11 in the morning, you don't fucking like you don't pop smoke, you know, between like I'd say probably about 8 to 11 in the morning, you don't pop smoke even in West Denver, cuz it's like kids and their grandmothers, and you know, yeah, like that's when the people are out. Yeah, there's like a time right around like 6:45 in the morning. All the nighttime ends. All the nighttime culture. All of it.
I'll never forget, I knew a girl that got her face turned black and blue because after school one day, I think she went to either Inglewood or Perspectives, but she was talking crazy to one of the gang members, and she let something disrespectful about one of his dead homies slip out her mouth, and he ended up giving her a 2-piece McNugget, no drink, no fries, no napkins. And then she tried to call her brother up to the school, but this is a main way that girls get their brothers killed. My cousin went to Inglewood High School back in the 2000s, and there was a famous basketball player. He was definitely on his way to college and probably even to the NBA after that. But when his sister got into it with some guys at the school and she called her brother up like any sister would, ain't no guys trying to hear about you calling your brother to do nothing to them. So when he got there, they killed him. Now his brother did end up making it to the NBA, and I think he might have played overseas too. But it's sad that his brother didn't get to see it. But still, it's even stranger that with nothing being off limits, New York, Chicago, and even LA still have not gotten anywhere near the level of violence that they saw 30 to 50 years ago. Speaking of misleading, I gotta add in that even though everything people do is broadcasted on the internet today, pictures and videos from years ago never disappearing, people will still spread rumors that put other people's lives in danger. When the guy I mentioned earlier in this video died, I specifically remember people in the hood spreading rumors that he got killed leaving a girl's house. Only the police say he got killed on 81st and Champlain, over a mile away from the girl's house that got blamed. Regardless, this rumor put her life in danger, and she ended up moving out the state. And all of this in this video can be summed up as
I lost
it.
Of
information.
Son of a bitch, I lost it all.
Some people out of town who've never been would never even consider going to Chicago.
Where am I?
The danger that the media portrays. Now don't get me wrong, Chicago can get very scary. But always remember what the good book says about deception.
Wait. There's no way. Will you let me just res right here? That would be so awesome. No, because I don't own it. Right? Yeah, I can't talk to him. Fuck. Aw, you fucked me. Yeah, you're so annoying. I hate you. You're so annoying. My fucking bag better be down there, I swear to God. Can you recover bags that go in the water?
Chicago niggas. How do they get into it? Why don't they like each other? If you want to know what started any gang war in Chicago, just look for the pettiest reason. I personally saw a gang war start on 79th because a nigga tried to sell another nigga some shoes. He ended up getting knocked out and somebody came back shooting. Did you know a girl spreading rumors from one group of guys to the next group of guys is one of the main suspects in how the war started that created drill in Chicago? Everybody was like 16, of course, so this makes sense. The YNs today will crash out about anything, but crashing out over a girl is an all-time historic crash out reason. Don't get me wrong, if it wasn't this, it would have been something else. But Chief Keef was just the music behind the murder that happened behind this girl, allegedly. So the story goes, all these guys knew each other and hung out. King Von, FBG Duck, the whole 600, all of these niggas that were key to starting this war and putting it on music used to be friends. That's not a rumor, that's a fact. Half of them even went to the same school, which makes all the killing Von did even more pointless. Now, Von went so hard because he got jumped by the same guys he used to hang out with, but he only got jumped because he was in the middle between these two groups that passed around the same girl. And when you're just a teenager in these Chicago streets, all it takes is a petty insult for somebody to die. And that's not a good thing. Not something we should be proud of. Now, it's very easy for me to believe that some random girl who none of these guys even probably had contact with once the war started could have been the reason because of many things. And this is just one of the wars. Don't confuse this with the several other wars taking place at the same time, because a lot of these wars can be summed up as, it's gonna be a lot, but try to follow me here. And I'm speaking as the gang members. We've been into it with these guys for generations, and we clicked up with you guys, so you might as well join, because when the other guys see you hanging with us, we both gonna get shot at. So technically, y'all are in the war over nothing, at least until one of y'all actually gets hit with a bullet. When Chief Keef started rapping, there were already wars, but when the 63rd versus 64th war got into music, that is the part that allegedly happened over a girl. But it wasn't hard to start because there were already affiliations in place to make it easy for these guys to not like each other. Here's an example. I'm from 79th. The older guys used to walk around saying fuck the other side. Who was the other side? The guys across the nearest main street. I didn't know them niggas, and neither did a lot of the younger guys, but being followers
Fuck
and
the
trying
other
to look
side.
as cool as the older guys, they said fuck the other side too. Now obviously the older guys might have had a reason to say this, but the next generation did not. And as ashamed as I am to say this, I was at one of the first BDK parties. There might have been 5 guys in the party that actually meant it, and the rest of the kids there didn't really care. They just said it because it went with the music. And this was before JoJo, before Keith. I was in 6th grade, and the guys who started saying it were maybe 8th graders or freshmen, but that's when gangbanging gets heavy in the city. 8th grade. Because by this time, 2 guys in my middle school had already been in a shootout with each other. Why? Did these niggas even know each other well enough to want to kill each other? No. And that's why it's a good thing they met up in the alley and missed every shot. I guess one guy was dating the other guy's cousin, but niggas was 14 years old. It couldn't have been that serious. And if this doesn't convince you that a girl could be the reason the drill scene started, I don't know what will. Keith started rapping and dissing Tuka from 63rd, even though it's well known that nobody from O Block or any hood associated
It could be
with them
anything.
actually killed Tuka. But this led to guys like E-Day
Not just women.
63rd, which led 63rd responding, and this is allegedly around the same time that girl went from one hood to another, spreading rumors. Now, the war going on in the background with the BDs in Jarrow City, a completely different hood, made it look to the world like these two hoods were at war over something. But still, 10 years later, over 30 people are dead due to this extremely confusing war of words mixed with an actual war the older guys had going on. Also, an older guy is who told King Von's friends to jump him on the bus. This led to King Von becoming a serial killer, by the way. I even damn near witnessed this happen. I went to school on 35th my freshman year, alright? So when L.A. Capone was getting jumped on at Dunbar High School, I was in high school around the same time, and I was also having to deal with the guys from Dunbar marching 200 deep down King Drive after school, and they was on some bully shit for sure. They used to whoop ass and hop on the CTA bus or the city bus in Chicago and turn it off so they can continue whooping ass, and that shit was not right. When they used to turn the bus off so that even the bus driver couldn't restart it, the driver used to get up and run and leave y'all to it on the bus.
Yep, have fun.
I caught a head one time on the King Drive bus. I ain't gonna lie.
That's what I would do.
Back though, but that's just further proof that a lot of these guys went to school together and could have been friends. The thing is, all it takes is one psycho on each side to keep it going. Take Capone recently said in an interview that
all it takes is one psycho on the east side to set it off. Yeah, I know. That's all it takes. Yeah. I remember there was this dumbass kid and I forget what he did. I think he broke a 40 bottle, or he broke a kid's 40 bottle, as I recall, something like that, I think. And it was a bunch of dumbass fucking punk kids from South High School in Denver. And they had a fight on my friend Robbie's, my bassist lawn. They had a fight on his lawn, and there was like 30 of them. There was like 15 in each crew or something like that. And it was the middle of the white boy motherfucking suburbs. That's South Denver. There's so much money down there. It's Washington Park. It's literally Washington Park. The houses were worth back then like $450. Now they're worth like $850. And like it was a nice middle class like place. Like all these dumb white kids in suspenders with mohawks and chains and shit. There was like 30 of them or something. Had this like square off in a 15 versus 15 brawl, but I was like, I don't know, 15 or something like that. It freaked out my friend Robbie's parents, and it was just like a really bad thing to happen, and like 4 or 5 kids got really fucked up and had like some broken bones and shit. And it was like South Denver. Like the hardest thing in the neighborhood is a 7-Eleven or whatever. That's like the hardest thing in the neighborhood, just because a lot of people come into it or whatever. That's like the hardest thing in Platt Park or Washington Park is like the 7-Eleven on Louisiana and what's it called, Bucktail. There's like a 7-Eleven on Louisiana. Bucktail, I imagine, probably gets the only gang activity in the entire neighborhood. It's such a white privilege, like sort of artist neighborhood, like little sleepy artist neighborhood cell. And like but for some reason these dumb white kids, they were punks, all of them. They were punks, and I mean like as in like punks as in like, you know, mohawks and chains and black leather and patches and stuff, right? For some reason, South High School had like some kind of fucking dust up with the mods or whatever it was. I don't even remember what it was. It's been 29 years or something like that. It's like 5 kids got beaten damn near to death or whatever on my fucking bassist lawn in the middle of fucking Washington. Fucking Washington Park. It is so dumb. Those were kids like me trying to suss out, trying to be hard or whatever. And it's like, no, motherfucker. We were all aware of the fact that we were like these privileged middle class white kids who were like going to like a private high school and stuff. They were going to a public high school, so it was a little bit like harder for them. But still. And I went to a public high school in Denver that had 5,200 kids the first day or whatever. I mean, I went to a nutty fucking high school in public high school in Denver for a year. And like, you know, and it's just kind of weird. This whole thing, it was so dumb. Like 5 kids damn near almost died. It was that crazy. They beat the living shit out of each other. There was like 30 of them or something like that. And it was like in the middle of Wash Park on Ogden, and like I don't know what the cross street is. It's like Colorado Ave or something like that. It's like Ogden and Colorado Ave. There's nothing but rich people around. Nothing. And these stupid ass fucking young like middle class kids, all fine. Their parents are probably all have jobs and everything. They're all fine. They're not punker like dudes from the ghetto or whatever. They're not leftover crack from the inner city. They're like these middle class privileged punker kids like us. And so there was this whole thing where like our crew abhorred violence. We don't like violence. We've never liked violence. We would never ever like we know we're okay with like vandalism and destruction, but we're not okay with like violence. You know, we're just not, because we're all a bunch of privileged white kids. I lost this entire set. I can't recover. It's so wasteful. It's goddamn hours and hours of work. Why can't I recover my... Can you not recover bags if you drown? God damn it, this is so dumb. Water is so dumb. Water is far more dangerous than players. I mean, when the piece of shit software developers get done with the game, water is more dangerous than the players. I'm sorry, the piece of shit software developers are so goddamn brain dead. You can fucking see it. Why wouldn't the bag be there? It's always there. Why wouldn't it be here? You're so fucking stupid. You worthless piece of shit software developer. Fuck you. You're so goddamn dumb. The things you do are so goddamn dumb. I would say it to your fucking face, too. Right now, I would say to your face, Emmerich, the shit that you goddamn do is so fucking stupid. In the real world, when you drop a bag full of money to the bottom of a swimming pool or a river or whatever, and it's money, it's heavy, it sinks, do you swim down there and find nothing? Or do you find the bag of money? Everything has physical presence in the world. Where the fuck did this bag of loot go? You worthless piece of shit, brain dead cocksucker. Fuck you, developer. Fuck you. Why did you waste 4 hours of my time or whatever so you can suck dick and make bad life choices about your fucking piece of shit video game? Fuck you, developer. Don't steal my time like this anymore. Fuck you. We're about to cancel your fucking asses. You're down to 300 pop, and you're going to begin to understand. We're about to cancel your fucking asses, and you're not going to make it in this industry. You understand? You're not going to make it. You've been making it. You're not going to make it in this industry any longer if you continue to treat us like this. You can't treat us like this. You can't steal my loot because I died in water. You just can't do stupid shit like that. Fuck you. We'll kill your. We'll take you. We'll sit on your game until something better comes along, and then we'll ditch you like yesterday's bitch. You understand? We'll ditch you. We'll ditch you like a bitch. Ditch like yesterday's bitch. You understand? We're just gonna ditch you. You understand, Henrik? You treat us like this. You fucking fuck me like this. You worthless piece of shit. You fucking take my fucking bag and you just erase it. Fucking fuck you, piece of shit developer. I'll cancel your fucking game. I'll make sure you don't make it.
If somebody brought up a peace treaty to King Von, he wouldn't even think about hearing
I'll
it.
tell the world who you are, software developer. I think the only reason that they're able to steal like this and treat us like garbage like this is because nobody says anything. I'm gonna fucking say something. Piece of shit developer. You just stole 3 hours from me because I stepped into some water. You can fucking suck a dick and your game can fucking die for all I care. That kind of treatment is unacceptable, you fucking cocksucker. Fuck you.
And you might just get ignored trying to have that conversation with him. And there's somebody like this in every hood. And then there's the guys that hang around this one psycho that's either too much of a follower or just don't care enough to actually push the issue. Peer pressure is a motherfucker.
I care enough to push the issue, piece of shit software developer. Fuck you. You steal 4 hours from me, I'll steal your career and your fucking game from you. I'll just write you off for the next big one. You know, it's so cutthroat out there. These software developer companies are dying and the devs are getting crunched and they're stupid, worthless piece of shit fucking negligent asses. You think I care what happens to you, piece of shit developer? Nope.
Especially when people dying. And
not after this treatment, no. No. Not after what you just did to me, no. Fuck you, hope your game dies, fuck you.
And when everybody is a teenager, can you even trust any peace treaty? I know I don't trust kids. Never did.
Thanks for stealing goddamn 3 hours from me, for going AFK for fucking 45 seconds, you worthless piece of shit. Cocksucking fucking developer shitheads. Hope your game dies. You know, I'll wish on you the kind of terrible shit that you wish on me, you worthless piece of shit. You steal 4 hours from me in a single second, you fucking cocksucker. I hope you lose your entire career. I hope you lose your entire career. You steal 4 hours from me like that on a whim in a single second like that? Fuck you. I hope you lose your entire fucking career, and I mean it too. I'm not gonna feel apologetic in the future. When they say, oh, don't you think we're being kind of harsh when you wish that they lost their whole career and their whole company and their entire game? No, not after you steal 4 hours from me like that on a whim. No, fuck them. Lose your fucking piece of shit game, World of Warcraft. Lose your worthless ESO. Lose your Final Fantasy 14. Lose your New World. You want to treat us like this? Fucking lose your shit, you worthless piece of shit cocksucker developer. Fuck you.
Kids lie, and you can't afford to be walking around Chicago thinking y'all in a ceasefire.
It's water. Nobody's ever lost an entire bag of loot in motherfucking water unless it's the ocean. Not when it's like 4 feet out from the curb like that. I was like 4 feet from dry land, 4 feet. Everybody else could just go pick up the bag, but in the piece of shit developer's world, the bag is gone because the piece of shit developer sucks dick at their fucking job, steals money from children, and should lose their business and their game. Sorry, you treat me like this, I treat you like that. And I mean this. And that's what's happening to you, too. You worthless piece of shit developer, make your game better. Even in the basic shit like that. I drowned 4 feet from the goddamn beach. Where's my bag, you worthless piece of shit cocksucker developer? Where is it? It's like your IQ. It's gone. Poof, zero. gone.
At the alley with 3 guns, and you ain't got nothing but a phone and a pack of backwoods on you. And after a while, of course,
say it every day on stream. I said it in the LS yesterday. I'm not, if the milk goes, if the developer milk goes sour, I'm not the kind of pussy to drink it, you cocksucker developers. They can quote me on TikTok all they fucking want. I don't care. Fuck you. Don't treat us like this, you worthless piece of shit. You steal 4 hours from me in a second. If I saw you in the real life, I'd break your fucking teeth. I break your teeth for what you just did to me, you worthless piece of shit developer. I would break your fucking teeth. Don't steal 4 hours from me because my bag fell in the water, you worthless piece of shit developer. Fuck you. Hope your game dies. I'll play until something better comes along and hope you lose while I'm doing it. Yeah, that's how disingenuous and ingrate we are. I'm an ingrate. Yeah, I'm an ingrate when it comes to developers. I'm ungrateful because you fuck me, and you fuck me for 4 hours sometimes like that in a single second. Why? Because the bag can't code in the water correctly? You worthless piece of shit, lazy, negligent, cocksucking fucking criminal. Stop stealing from children. Don't go live then. If you can't get the bag to work in the fucking water, don't go live then, piece of shit, negligent thief. You go live and steal from children is your alternative? You go live and steal from children. You steal from fucking children with your buggy ass code. It's stealing from children. You should be prosecuted for it. You go live with this shit with a game where the bag won't even code in the water, so I can't get my loot back in a full-blown non-consensual game. What the fuck's wrong with you fucking piece of shit, cocksucker developer? Hope you lose your business. You know, you want to fuck me and burn me for 4 hours on some incompetence and some negligence? I hope you lose your game and your fucking company and your business then. Why would I ever like you? Why would I ever respect you? Why would I ever treat you well or talk well about you or anything like that? Look at what you're willing to do to me, you worthless pieces of shit. Look at what you're willing to do. Somebody should tell you. You guys in your fucking negligence and your buggy ass spaghetti code, it's not only fucking rude, it's also should be illegal, and it's really, really negligent. And I don't like you. I'm using legal terms so I can scare you a little bit. I hope the lawyers figure out who the fuck you are, you worthless, negligent cocksuckers. I swear to God. And I'm not molding out. It's been 27 years of this. I think it's appropriate what I'm saying.
Matter. Once the shots started getting fired, the original meaning of the war was completely lost.
I'm sick of you treating me like this. I don't care. They all do it. They all do it. You guys treat me like this all the time. You'll throw 4 hours of my hard work away on a fucking coding whim or some stupid ass gated gameplay or behavior or some shit. And it's like, nah, man. Like, remember when I went and bought the motherfucking Elden Ring DLC and then I was informed that I had to beat 90% of the game again, and I just got like started on my like 30 hours in on my second playthrough or something, and I was like, oh, I have to beat all of Elden Ring again to play this DLC. And I was like, oh no, fuck Elden Ring, fuck Miyazaki and his stupid criminal thievery ass, fuck these stupid ass cocksucker AAA-ness developers, fuck the industry, fuck these fucking shitheads, fuck what you've done to the goddamn industry, and no, I don't like you, no, I don't care if your company fucking dies.
Guys kill somebody I know, or those guys try to kill me every time I see them, or the older guys told me that when these guys see me, they're gonna try to kill me, so I'm just gonna assume that whether these guys are cool or
they're
not,
psychos. They're
psychos.
psychos.
Across multiple hoods in Chicago for multiple petty reasons, and it's crazy because I remember some of these guys as kids actually just trying to be normal.
Like, okay, I'm gonna hit you with a metaphor here, piece of shit, negligent fucking criminal developers. I'm gonna hit you with a fucking metaphor. I was a taxi driver for 17 fucking years. 17 fucking years. Let me hit you with what you do to me. And now we're gonna put it in a different, we're gonna put it for comparison here. If I, as a taxi driver, abduct you for 4 fucking hours, what's gonna happen to me? I'm probably gonna catch 2 to 5 in a prison. You understand? I can't abduct you for 4 fucking hours and take you off on some wild ride all over the fucking world and steal 4 hours from you. I can't do that. That's against the fucking law. I can't steal your time or wait, that's against the fucking law. It's called theft of service or whatever it is. It's insane. It's against the fucking law. You just cannot abduct somebody and steal their time. You cannot take 4 hours of somebody's time on a whim. That's criminal fucking mischief, you fucking shithead. So when you erase that bag, 4 hours of goddamn work because I went in the water by mistake or whatever, I lose 4 hours of motherfucking work. I'm gonna hit you with the goddamn metaphor. Imagine if a taxi driver fucking abducted you for 4 fucking hours against your fucking will and stole 4 hours of your fucking time, what would you do to that guy? You would put him in the goddamn prison. That's why I say I fucking crack your fucking teeth, you piece of shit developer. You can't steal 4 hours from me. You can't do it. I'll fucking break your fucking teeth. Don't steal 4 hours from me. Yeah, I'm foaming at the fucking mouth, angry at you. Because if anybody else in any other industry except the lawless old Wild West that is software development ever stole 4 hours from everybody, they face jail time. You criminals, you don't face jail time when you steal 4 hours from us. And yeah, I'd crack you in the goddamn teeth, Hemrick. Don't ever get in the same room as me.
Kids, I don't want to hurt anybody.
And I'm not a violent man. You understand? Yeah, I do it though. I do it though. You deserve it. You deserve it. You get a good sock in the goddamn teeth for stealing 4 fucking hours from me because I can't recover a goddamn bag. That is like so morally fucking reprehensible that yeah, if I saw you in public, I'd sock you in the goddamn face. It's up there with raping somebody's sister or something like that. Abducting somebody in a taxi cab for 4 fucking hours. You should see jail time for what you piece of shit software developers do to us every single fucking day. And it's not just Hemrick. It's all of them. All of them. World of Warcraft. Doesn't matter who the fuck it is. Yeah, so your fucking time theft and your bullshit. You stealing 4 hours from me like on a whim or whatever. That should be really, really illegal. I mean, you lose your company illegal. And I'll say it so the lawyers listen to me. It's called tortious goddamn negligence. You just tortious negligenced me out of 4 fucking hours. If I saw you in real life, I'd sock you in the goddamn face. You understand? It's not a fucking joke. I would sock you in the goddamn face. I'd break my fucking vow of non-violence and shit to sock you in the fucking face for stealing 4 hours. What can I do? You're across some fucking wire in some other fucking country and shit. So I say, as a good civilian with protection and lawyers and all this shit, I say lawyers, like Bart Simpson on the Simpsons say, snipers, where are you? For me, it's lawyers, where are you? Sue these worthless piece of shit software developers into the fucking ground. Kill them for their companies and shit. They're stealing from children. You can see it when they steal 4 hours of my time on a whim like that. Fucking fuck these worthless piece of shit developers. And yeah, you shouldn't have gone live like this. I know that sometime in the last goddamn 19 years the Mortal's been up, or whatever it's been, 15 years, whatever it's been, I don't know. I know that it's come up that somebody died in water. But you're a piece of shit developer who passes the cost of business onto the developer. Just like Blizzard, just like fucking like League of Legends, just like goddamn CSGO 2 and all the other fucking software developers in the AAA-ness fucking live service scene. And I'm getting fucking sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. It's tortious negligence. You guys gotta stop doing this stupid shit to me. You don't get to steal 4 hours of my fucking work because you're too lazy to code the bag being in the water. Don't go live then. Don't go live then. If you can't get bag mechanics and water right, don't go live then, piece of shit developer. Especially not for 20 years. That implies that you've been stealing for a really, really, really long time. Don't go live then, piece of shit thief. Don't go live. Motherfucker, don't go live like that. It's negligent. It steals from children. It's like, nah, and it's not just this game. It's all of them. It's all of them. I can use an example from every single modern game I played for the last 8 years, from Fallout 76 to EVE to FFXI to 14 to ESO or whatever it is. It doesn't matter what the fuck it is. Old school RuneScape. It doesn't matter. There's these terrible, disrespectful time gates that should be honestly brought up in a court of goddamn law. Sometimes they'll just negligently erase your entire G bank or something like that. When Blizzard erased entire G banks this year, I thought, where are the goddamn lawsuits? Where are the lawsuits as these goddamn fucking software developers destroy the known world? What happened?
But this is a video of a guy I went to school with. He wasn't even originally from our area. He transferred.
You can see it. Like, that motherfucker just stole 4 hours of my time. If I saw him in real life, I'd goddamn break his jaw. I'm fucking serious. If somebody fucked me like that to my face in the real life, I'd break his goddamn jaw. This is a reality the software developers need to understand. You've been stealing from us too much, you motherfucker. You've been stealing our time too much. This whole loss of 4 hours of work or whatever because I touched some water. You fucking worthless, brain dead cocksucker piece of shit developer. And it's not just you. You all do this. Face Punch does this. Fucking Epic does this. They all do this stupid shit. You've got to stop doing this. Don't go live if you know there's a goddamn problem with the bags in the water. Don't go live till you fucking fix it, you worthless piece of shit thieves. It should really be illegal for you to go live with this buggy ass shit. It should be illegal for you. Where is the goddamn oversight? Now you're full-blown stealing from children, doing skins on Fortnite, and FIFA, and loot boxes on Overwatch, and all this other stupid ass shit that you do. Stealing from children, and I want your industry under goddamn fucking chains at this point. I want you in chains, basically. When you want to do something, I want you to move through 15 oversight committees, because, like, you know, you guys, you really have destroyed the video game industry. We actually need oversight to fucking prosecute you. Your lack of quality of life and your fucking bullshit and your code, your buggy ass codes that you go live with because you're desperate for money to stay alive and all this shit. Like making software costs a lot of money. I mean, it does, but it's. You talk about your 2,000 man developer teams and how you can't make a good game and all this terrible ass shit. And I've got real and verifiable prosecutable fucking like qualms with you developers. Prosecutable fucking things. I want to prosecute you for this shit. I want to see lawsuits go down. Where is a lawyer when you actually need one? Jesus Christ.
And immediately got locked in with the gang members.
It's like cops. Cops and lawyers are so goddamn dumb. Where the fuck are the lawyers when you actually need one? I need the lawyers to protect the kids in my fucking video game industry. They won't, because they think all these piece of shit conglomerate corpos fucking stealing from kids is funny. I think they think it's funny. You know, they're like, oh man, kids sure do spend a lot of money on Fortnite skins. They'll even check their parents' credit cards and all this crazy shit. We can all laugh at it on our TikTok. It is like, no, motherfucker. It's kids getting fucked by adults and you're letting it happen. Dear God, lawyers, where the fuck are you? You're not there. You're off ignoring Trump and you're off ignoring these worthless piece of shit software developers as they spread and fuck every child in the world. It's disgusting. Fuck the lawyers. You guys are worthless as far as I'm concerned. The only good goddamn lawyer left is like legal. The rest of you guys are like, where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you? Where are the political lawyers that have not managed to take Trump down? Where the fuck are you? You guys are so fucking worthless.
Video.
You want to tell me all the law lawyers in the world can't take Trump down? You guys are fucking worthless. What do you call all the lawyers in America who can't manage to prosecute Trump at the bottom of the ocean? A good start.
His ops on camera, and the next year he was dead.
What do you call all the lawyers in the world who witness all the theft from the children from the video game industry and do nothing about it, even though they all work for Nintendo and shit like this? Do nothing at all about it at all. What do you call them being at the bottom of the ocean? A good start. The video game lawyers, the political lawyers, all of them, what do you call them being at the bottom of the ocean? A good start. Because, wait, dear God, lawyers, where the fuck are you? You can see this clear and concise, like quality of life theft from children that should be prosecuted. You know, I heard fucking Quinfall had stolen assets from the Unity store, but the lawyers are sleeping on that because when software developers commit crime, nothing happens. It's the old Wild West. There's no Wyatt Earp or whatever. There's just, you know, piece of shit fucking, you know, software developers stealing. There's no police for software developers. No. We've got the CIA so we can kill John Lennon, but we don't have police for software developers for some reason. It has become Blade Runner.
Just seeing him right before he died. I was at the park.
It has become Blade Runner.
Hoops, and he was sitting on the bench in a full jean jacket outfit with some Timberlands on. 2014 was different. And he asked me to let him shoot the ball one time. I let him shoot it and he bricked, but I always wondered what he was doing up there by himself. It was the middle of the summer and he was sitting on that bench, just looking like he was reflecting on his whole life. He was alone. And months later, I would hear that he was headed to his cousin's house in a neighborhood his homies warned him not to go to. And he ended up being found dead in the alley. 10 years later, I heard the Bloodhounds dissing him. He wasn't my friend. Like I said, he came from another neighborhood when he transferred to my school.
The Bloodhounds dissed him 10 years later after he was dead because he was a buster who went out. That's the game. This is one of the things, like, I didn't think any of the people that were in the game were my friends. I didn't think any of them wouldn't sell me out in a single second. Like, you know, it's just like that. It's,
Ooh, but I used to see
the
him
game will fucking spread you faster than software developers will.
around, and I didn't have a problem with him. It's just that things like this stick with you for some reason. I don't know what he got himself into after coming into my neighborhood, or what he did to end up in that alley.
Just waste 4 hours of my fucking life like that. If I see you in real life, Henrik, I'm fucking swinging on you, and I'm dead serious. You just steal 4 hours of my fucking time like that. And it's not just this. It's not as a software developer, a piece of shit anal nerd software developer. You're gonna boil this all down to one little issue, but it's all of it. It's all of it, motherfucker. You've been stealing from us.
Something I'll never know. How many guys across Chicago have a similar story? I still don't know if he got killed because of who he was affiliated with or what he got into after
all of it.
He got affiliated with these guys. But the war he was
he knew something.
Part of didn't really start until 2011. And for him to be dead 3 years later, I just wonder what he did. Now, he could have done a lot, but for what reason? The point of this video is not the girl. People see these wars play out on the internet, and how serious it is may lead you to believe that it actually started over something that mattered. Unfortunately, in my own personal experience, I've seen nothing turn into something in Chicago way too many times. And this is why today, nation means nothing in the Midwest and most cities. It's a small group of guys at war over something that started as a petty squabble. And sometimes I respect the LA niggas. Nothing is good about gang banging, but if you're gonna do it, at least have structure. The fact that the LA guys can meet up and agree to fight each other and no one ends up dead is crazy and a foreign concept in Chicago. Obviously, all the cities in California have their own problems with this, and it might not always go as planned, but where I'm from, the last chance to meet up and fight was well over 10 years ago. Chicago niggas. No single group of niggas have ever been a worse influence on the entire...
Why Chicago intro was allowed to happen. So anyways, allowed to happen? What do you mean allowed to happen? Do you think anybody allows these people to do what they do? It just happens. There's no allowed to happen. What is everybody Hitler allowing these people to become drill or whatever? God damn, this guy's putting out vids. Streamers are crashing out. Yeah, I want to see all the big ones, right? The ones that he did, yeah, the popular ones, yeah. The problem with LA gangs, did we watch this? New York drill should have never happened. Why Chicago drill was allowed to happen. When drill first took over Chicago, the murder capital of Europe. Katie hurt again. Yuta Watanabe about to break NBA record. UK drill should have never happened. Did drill UK drill should have never happened. Did drill make the world more dangerous? Yes. Is Florida really that bad? I don't know. That was from 8 days ago. He got 70,000 views. Jesus Christ. The problem with LA gangs. Which ones have we done today? Because I've kind of let them meld together. We did drill make the world more dangerous? Chicago drill might have started over a girl, and why Chicago drill was allowed to happen. So we're gonna get off the Chicago stuff.
LA, Nick, you know what? I'm trying to clean up my language a little bit in these videos.
Yeah, please do.
Los Angeles gang members. There is nothing the FBI loves more than a gang with some structure. Why? Because if I'm the FBI, all I gotta do is find one guy at the top, and he'll link me to everybody else. You see, the thing about the little YNs in Chicago backdooring each other and being every man for themselves is that it's much harder to prove a racketeering conspiracy against them. The law won't even try to bring any Chicago gang members into court to try to prove that any of them are doing anything in furtherance of anything other than themselves. You can't even leave a gun around the guys when you're in Chicago. A dude will smoke a wood with you, eat some wings and fries with you, then steal from you as soon as you go to sleep and send you outside unarmed. then act like he missed you on social media when somebody catch you. The difference in LA is that there's a such thing as a big homie, a violation, and a DP, or discipline. It's such a rigid structure that in some parts of LA, a grown man can tell another grown man what he's doing in embarrassment of the gang, and this guy that's being DP will actually take action to clean up his act. And all this is good and well for the community until y'all start shooting at each other. All this structure and discipline becomes pointless when it works against you in the courtroom. Any other organization with these type of rules is just the way it should be. There's no problem. But we put structure in the wrong thing. Why doesn't Chicago, a place some people consider the
I like this streamer a lot. He's actually really fucking good.
Gangs and one of the birthplaces of organized crime in the United States. Why is there no gang structure in Chicago? Because when there was, the feds did a sweep and easily dismantled.
Yeah, that's Whitey, or no, so that was all Boston and everything. Yeah, Chicago, right? The LA gangs.
Entire thing until there was no structure left to build on. I remember riding through Washington Park when the Calumet buildings and the other projects were still up that housed this structure.
Oh, damn it! I lost like 40 gold because the piece of shit developer is low IQ. It makes me so angry. God damn it, man. Like, come on, man. Like, come on.
The big guys was making money, and the foot soldiers was being taken.
Like, why is this not here? Why is this not in the water? It should have been in the water. I can't go in now. Whatever.
Advantage of, and this was so the big guys could continue making money. And when the feds came, some of these leaders cooperated and told everything. Ain't nobody finna go from riding in Rolls Royces to serving life just to say they was a real nigga. Some guys will, and these guys didn't get out until they had gray hair. And the feds know this, so all they gotta do is offer somebody a deal. You see, when Big U and all those people got snatched, why did 12 of them get out within a couple weeks? We don't know yet, but I can just guess. The real question is, why did all those people get their face put on that board under Big U? Gang structure. When Loose Cannon decided to expose the guy he was putting in work for, he made one of the smartest moves you can as an enforcer. You can't tell me that the guy at the top has anywhere near the same loyalty that the guys at the bottom have for him. Loose could have made just as much money on YouTube as Big U did in the streets, so he didn't have to be an enforcer at all. And Big U doesn't have to cooperate on anybody in this case to get them boys barbecued, because you know, like I know, that them people don't come unless they got you. Why is Loose Cannon talking to Adam 22 on a jail call from the feds, facing federal time for things you already admitted on this man's show after he said he gave them the tape? This who you talking to? Alright, Brick Baby, you 37 years old. You letting another grown man tell you what you gonna give him from what you stole. Allegedly. It's a lose-lose on both sides, because if you have structure like in LA, you take yourself down in a federal courtroom because all structure is a paper trail. And if there's no structure like in Chicago, your own homie gets you out the way before your ops can. Speaking of paper trail, didn't Banging on Wax start in California? Now I know that groups like NWA was not all real gangsters. We know Eazy-E was, but didn't Ice Cube go to art school or something? And of course the West Coast kind of did start the trend back in the day of publicly gangbanging on music and home videos, but this was the beginning of the end for self-snitching. I get that California is huge, and because of this, the law can't keep up with every gang and every set. So a lot of these guys will get away with it. For 50 plus years too. I mean, you will not find any older gang members in America than you will find in any part of California. But that goes back to that structure. Once I turned 25 in Chicago, I either lost most of the guys I was closest to in the gang, or I already got snaked by the rest of the guys.
Yep.
So if I did end up making it that
Me
far
too.
in life, I'm gone. I'm not staying around y'all, because when you die or go to
Nope. Yep. Like, okay, I swear to God, I broke my meth cook's heart. Because I know he full-blown believed we were just going to pick up and go right the fuck back at it again when he got out of jail. He went to jail for 5.5 years, something like that. And I'm like, nah, real motherfuckers don't go to jail was my first thing. Real motherfuckers don't go to jail. I didn't. And then the second thing is he really did believe that 5.5 years hadn't passed and that our lives hadn't moved on and that I hadn't been busted too and that, you know, and all this other shit. And when he got out, he was like, yo, like, so let's meet up. And I was like, no. And he was like, what do you mean no? And I was like, no, I mean, I'm leaving. I got to take care of my family. It was fun to be in the scene for like 7 years, but this was never going to last. You know, stuff like that. I got to go take care of my family now. I haven't had a job in 7 years. Or well, I've had a job, but I haven't had like a real. Well, I had a real job, but I didn't. I wasn't legitimate for 7 years. Not like legit. You know. And I was like, I need to go legitimate now. I haven't been legitimate in 7 years, and all this other shit. And I was like, I don't think you understand. I think it was cool to do this for like 7 years. And I did it when I was like, I started when I was like 32. Yeah, it went from when I was like 32 until I was like 39 or something like that. And I was like, I was very old to begin with. When I got into the game, I was very, very, very old. I was like, I don't know, 16 years past when most people joined the game. But everybody that was in the Kingpin circle were all within a year of my age. This is true. My friend A, my friend S, yep, my friend P, my friend L, my friend N, and my friend and my other friend N downtown, the rock star's daughter. She was younger. She was like 20 something. She was like 20, I think. She was a heroin girl. But yeah, all the rest of them were my age. They were all 32 to 39 with me. They started, like, when I met them all, they were all like 32. And when we were done, we were all like 39. And we all made it, too. We all made it. P made it. Well, I'm sorry, no. Well, I mean, I narked P because he was a rapist. But, I mean, he got busted on something else. He didn't make it. But all the rest of us made it. And my friend A is still strong, and she's still in it. And we went 7 years. Well, I went 4 years, but they were all in it like 7 something. And they all knew each other and it was kind of crazy. We were the Kingpins in Denver. Like, I'm dead serious. Now, I didn't roll weight like them for 9 years. I only did it for, I think, like, solid. It was, like, I don't know, 18 months or something. But, like, you know, overall, like, you know, but I mean, like, overall, I kept doing it for another 2.5 years past that. Because it was just easy. Like, I had the magic phone there for about 18 months, and it would ring all, like my person A, she hooked me up with P, and he was like, well, if you want to deal with me, you've got to sell black downtown. And I was like, okay, I'll sell black downtown. And the first person he hooked me up with was this 20-year-old girl who connected me with like 300 junkies. And they started calling me all goddamn day, like heroin was going out of business. They always had $300 or something like that. And I couldn't fill them fast enough. And I moved fast too, and I drove, and this was dangerous, and it was dangerous all the time, and I was doing stuff like staying up for 6 days because there was so much goddamn money. It was like $3,000 a day sometimes. It was so much money, like $3,000 profit after the re-up, you know, like, or I mean, it was never that crazy, but it sometimes felt like that. It sort of felt like that, and so after a bit, I began to understand that everybody that was still in the scene after 7 years were my best friends, particularly because they were like me, particularly because I think I taught them that as long as you don't hurt anybody, they won't hurt you, and as long as you don't disrespect anybody, they won't disrespect you, and as long as you don't hurt anybody, they won't hurt you, and as long as you don't like dick anybody over with your bad product or anything like that, they won't hurt you. And this is how I did business, and I taught them. And that's how they kept. A is still in it with that ethos. A is still in it, and she wouldn't have been if she wasn't. And they liked me. They liked me because I had no enemies. They all had enemies, every single last one of them, but I did not. The only enemy I had was somebody I was willing to burn, somebody I didn't like because they were a rapist, you know, somebody who would hurt women in my community. Oh no, Sinclair, are you here to do the same thing that I'm here to do? Are you subbed? No, you're not. Yep. Out of my way, Sinclair. Ooh. Mine. Mine. I didn't... Oh, no, I did get Signet. Yep. You are not casting this. I'm not used to charm, but I should get used to it. Fuck. I'm like, okay, I'm 1/5 of where I was when I drowned. But that still sucks. It's been like an hour. So like yeah, like literally, like this man, he stole like 4 or 5 hours from me, and I really don't like when developers do stupid shit like that, man. That's not okay. They're gonna say, oh, it's a consensual game and you stacked up when you shouldn't have. I could be like, yeah, but the bag fell in water 3 feet from the beach. You know? It sort of violates the tenets of all survival games or something. You're an asshole. No, my complaint's legit.
Autopilot engaged.
You're an asshole, developer.
Jail, your guy's gonna be trying to get with your girl, and they're not sending you $1 in prison. That's a street guarantee.
Yeah, they're not doing that. No.
In most cities. But this is why there's still such a thing as...
No, I didn't send money or anything like that, because that's an affiliation. You understand? You send a kingpin money in jail, what you think that doesn't put you on some list? Are you ignorant?
OG in LA. It don't take a...
like my man D, he was under the impression I would visit him in jail. Yeah, if we were in a gang, but no, we didn't rep some gang. We didn't have a name. No, I was just the taxi driver was my name. Yeah, I was the taxi driver. Everybody knew the taxi driver. There was no the taxi driver's clique or anything like that. Or I suppose there was the taxi driver's clique. They knew who my friends were. But I didn't roll with them. I didn't roll with them like they were a gang. They never repped anything or flashed some sign or ever showed up with me to do some dirt or something like that. I mean, no. I was entirely in it on my own. And like that's, you know, I mean that's hard, but it's actually easier than doing a gang, because then you have tons and tons and tons of commitments that you have to keep. That's my thing. I took one person on, but then I wasn't able to gamefully employ them all the time, because the game is sort of like feast and famine sometimes. Like if there's no dope to be found and it's dry. Why did I kill the evil eye? That is so dumb. Don't hurt me. Yay, interrupt him. Just die, eye. Just die.
Warp drive active.
This guy fucked me for 4 hours. Why? I mean, it's not like I was playing, but still.
Is to know that there's no chance any other little guys running around with switches would ever listen to a Big U or any older guy. Honestly, where I'm from...
I wouldn't listen to any of these fucking people. I wouldn't be caught dead. You understand? No. None of these rappers, these men, like Lil Uzi Vert or Pop Smoke or King Von and I don't know how I know their names now. Trap or whatever it is. I don't even know what you would call this. Is it true? Like, I don't even know what they call this. I like trap beats. I will not lie. I think trap beats are lazy and good. Like, they're like heroin lazy and they're good. But I don't like trap music, and I don't like rappers that sound like King Von or Pop Smoke, or Man's Not Hot or whatever. That song sucked.
Baby,
I think that I like the beat.
Consider the old goofy if he ain't putting money and weapons in the hood, and he still might get took down for everything he got, because there's no respect for real.
Yeah, like there's no respect at all. They don't care. They'll fuck you. Like, one of the things I was very aware of, like, I got into a tiff with a kingpin in the barrio because he stole my phone. And I was like, I need the phone. It's the magic phone. I stood outside their house for hours, and I was like, I'm a white guy in the barrio, like, beefing with some dude that I just met because I left my phone in his house, and now he's saying that I didn't, right? But I mean, he caught me slipping. And after like 25 minutes, I was like, yeah, he caught me slipping. I'm just gonna move on, you know? He caught me slipping.
Allegedly putting money on people in Chicago. Listen, I don't know if y'all know, but allegedly they got recorded jail calls of guys snitching on Dirk because he ain't sending money fast enough. Nobody Dirk's age is running the streets putting in no work.
Little Dirk.
in Chicago, it's the teenagers only. And with teenagers, there's no conscience and no loyalty. Once that cash app didn't come through, Dirk was just another old goofy. And now he's going to have to probably pay the price for thinking otherwise. And just that little illusion of structure alone was enough to build a Fed case on him. So when you got guys still having gang meetings and extortion calls, sure, the police and the feds will let this go. But once you take it to its full potential, like Big U did, playing with millions of dollars, now the feds just can't let you slide, because they know what it could turn into. But of course, most guys stay too involved in petty squabbles to become a real enterprise. Remember, the FBI created the RICO Act just so they could stop the mafia. And this probably wouldn't have happened if the mob wasn't getting money. But you know, John Gotti had all the money and the houses and luxury cars, all untaxed. And you know Uncle Sam is always gonna get his cut. And these people are not willing to share that money under any circumstances. You in his country, so you gotta pay. When the projects were still up in Chicago, the police would come by and interrupt the money operation until they got their cut. Once they did, they drive off and leave you to it. But once the feds stepped in, the little crooked cops had no more power. Because again, a lot of money was floating around untaxed. And Uncle Sam holds a grudge when it comes to that money. And unfortunately, most guys in the streets will live their whole life part of a program, as they say in LA, that could be $1 billion operation if they had the right mindset.
Yeah, if they had the right mindset. If they just were like, instead of crack, we sold Wheaties, you know? Or I don't know, fucking electric cars or whatever it is.
Approaching Stargate.
And they have these like really tight organizations to sell crack. And they want respect for this. No. Real respect is building United Healthcare, but not ripping off people doing it. You know, yeah, that's like real respect. We don't care if Luigi kills a United Healthcare guy because they were disrespectful, right? But like, if you grow United Healthcare without fucking people over, we respect you like Bill Gates or whatever. It's so stupid.
But most of them will still end up dead or in jail without ever touching $1 million. And there's a few that got some real money and managed to serve less than 20 years in federal prison, which is the best you can hope for.
Yeah.
That's the best you can hope for. Is any of this even worth it?
No.
It's all my California.
Nope. And there's some real
dudes all over California. Stop going on no jumper. All right, it's not 2016.
Yeah, like what? Like what? Like, I think that shit was cool for like, what, 3 weeks or whatever? But then the culture kept going for like 10 years. Like, that hard, stupid culture is so dumb. It's just about disrespecting people. That's it. That's all it's about. It's so dumb. And it like kept on going for like another 11 years or something. Like, No Jumper's still around or whatever. No. I never thought about this till he said it. I was like, yeah. Remember WorldCom or whatever it is, or I forget the name. I don't even, because I didn't watch this stupid shit beyond a couple of times. I saw some good porn from WorldCom or whatever that fuck shit is, but like overall, like goddamn shit was horrible. Ooh, I'm gonna make money here today.
This was a time where Adam and all his little weirdos could have given me some clout, and his
all his little
weirdos
weirdos
used to mean something in the rap community. But now it's just what the feds watch on the
Adam and all his little weirdos.
Breaks.
Yeah, this is another thing. Like most of the streamer culture, I think they want to be the popular kid culture, but live for the whole globe on the internet or whatever. And honestly, most of the people that, in my experience, that want to be the cool culture or whatever are fucking posers. They always are. They've been posers. They're fucking posers. They've been posers forever. Anybody who wants this clout is a fucking poser. That whole Pokemon thing about broke boys say so thing, that is so poser and so clout chasing and so fucking poser. And I'm sorry, that is the word that I think of when I think of Pokemon is fucking poser. Now, I never say this to you guys, and I don't want to diss her in public. She doesn't know me, and I don't know her, and I don't care about her. And I think she would probably appreciate that too. I don't care about her, which is why I freely diss her, not because I want her to be offended, you know, and I'll put it in context too, but because I just don't know her. So when she says something like "broke boys say so," I think, well, oh my god, it's a poser. It's somebody who's come to this thing who has no idea how to treat people at all, so they just act like mean girls. It's a poser. That's what I thought. Now, I didn't say this live until it's cooled down for like a year or something like that. But I mean, I do think this. I think a lot of them are posers. I think Diddy is a poser.
Get it, man.
I think that's what, and so him trying to act hard ended up with 1,000 gallons of lube or whatever, and that's how we got the P Diddy thing. Is everybody wants to act so fucking hard when they're not. They're just not. I know I'm not hard. I know I'm a white boy sitting up in the fucking boonies, you know, like in the boondocks. You know, I know I'm not hard. I know that I don't run some gang. I've got tight affiliations, and I was a kingpin at some time, and I have friends who are in the scene I don't talk to, that I haven't talked to in 7 years. But like overall, like I'm doing good, you know, I'm doing okay. I don't front it. I'm not sitting there behind the front or whatever. I think most of these people are a poser. I don't think they live the lifestyle, and I think when they throw up something or they say something dumb on motherfucking camera or microphone, they don't look good. This guy, he looks like a crab face with a hate look on a Facebook. I'm sure Tech9 would say the same thing about this guy. He's looking crab to me, like he belongs on Facebook with a hate look. He looks. That's the phrase that I think of when I think of this. Hate look on Facebook. That's literally what I think, and that's what he's thinking too when he says Adam and all them weirdos, right? Adam and all them weirdos. That's how I think of them too. Adam and all them motherfucking weirdos. And so when I say streamer to people, I think they think Adam and all them weirdos, and they're like, ooh, streamer, you know, that's what sometimes they hear. Like they're like, are you famous or whatever? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I have like 3,000 follows and some money out of it. No, I mean no, I mean no, and like and they're like, like those weird dudes, you know, that you can see that reaction from some people, like doctors, or sometimes like, oh, those weird dudes on the internet. Doctors will give you that response. I've noticed the doctors always ask you what your profession is, and I say I'm a streamer. I got a lot of high stress. I work 105-hour fucking weeks. If it's not work, but it's sort of work to do 14 hours of walking every week or whatever, or at least try to, like 10 to 14 hours of walking every week. And the reason that I do that is I'm trying to look better on camera, so that if they come in and they make their, not because I care about how people care about if I look what I look like, because I will literally like pick my nose. I don't care. Put it out of context. Here's me picking my nose. I don't care. It's this thing about like I don't care how I look to the fucking public or whatever. It's that like one time I jacked off on stream, for instance, and I didn't care how that went, other than I'm not trying to get banned. So my thing is if they come in and they drop their first impression might go better if I don't look like a fat slovenly dude who only plays video games, right? So I go and I try to book like 14 hours a week out there in the sun trying to walk, which I did today for an hour and 50 minutes, something like that. And, you know, and I got in and I showered and I went to work, and I'm like, okay, I've done something today. And that's the difference. I don't think a lot of these people do things. I don't think they do things, and that's the problem. If they sit there and they talk shit all day like P. Diddy, they end up in jail like this after raping children or whatever. It's like the inevitable slide down society's like money pit or whatever. If you talk shit and you live a toxic lifestyle and you get high on drugs all the time, I'm a degenerate too. I'll quote the great Wolf of Wall Street or whatever, Leo DiCaprio, and I'll be like, I'm a degenerate too or whatever. I like butt sex too or whatever. I fuck girls in the ass too. I don't care what you do. I don't care about gay men or gay sex or anything like that too. I'm a degenerate too. My whole thing is that like I don't I don't sit around bragging about that shit like it's some kind of culture that I need to brag about or something like that. I don't ever do that. I'm not some poser that needs to talk about that shit. I don't. These people, they brag about it, and they're like, I get head, I get green, I get white, I get China white or whatever. It's so dumb. And it's like, motherfucker, you keep rapping like it's cool to be you, but it's not that cool to be like slinging China white in the LA fucking projects or whatever. It's not that cool.
Podcast,
that's not that cool. Like the respect, I had it for a little while for people like Warren G, who were like trendsetters. These people are not trendsetters. They're like crab motherfuckers with with a hate look on Facebook. And I don't care what some nerd, like I have debuted on my channel before, but some nerd fucking made some TikTok channel about me called Skycat fan or something, and it's like, fine. but and it's ratio, but it's also kind of dumb. It's some poser who has that kind of time. It's still a fucking poser. It's never gonna bother me. It doesn't matter how derogatory it gets. It's still some poser. It's the same thing. It's some poser that has the time to talk about this shit rather than living it.
Form. You can become your own.
If you have the time to do something like that, you are just a hater, you know?
And shout out to all my new viewers, man. Y'all are the reason that everybody else should know that anything is possible. And
yeah, anything's possible, Trap University. Don't stop. So anyways, when signing to a rapper kills you, oh my god. So anyways, so I want to see the popular stuff because he's got probably thousands of videos. How many people? Oh my god, no, he's only got 224. I have thousands of videos. I'm projecting on other people, but often when I come up against them, I find them wanting. This guy, he's got 40,000, which is real good. You know, that's cool. I don't give a living shit about this number. I care about this number, and not because I'm a quantity guy. It's because I want to clock the most hours online like motherfucker. You know what this is? This whole race is. You know what this is? It's the race for the Truman Show. And I think I'm winning. I think I'm winning the Truman Show. It's so weird, but I do. I think I'm fucking winning the Truman Show. I'm up there like Justin TV all goddamn day, every day, with a fucking camera over my fucking shoulder or whatever. Like, who else does it like me? I would say Asmongold or whatever. There's a few people like me, but it's hard to be like me, to want to do this for 14 hours and talk like this for 14 motherfucking hours. I'm on a jibe today or whatever it is because I'm well caffeinated. I walked for 2 hours, got some really good sun. My skin feels good and soaked in the sun and stuff. I'm feeling good. I got the Joker grin on my motherfucking face like Jack Nicholson, like I'm gonna fucking own you and take your shit, nerd. And I'm feeling good. And I'll just go on a jibe like this and I'll talk about popular culture like this and how they never should have been online. A bunch of them were not trendsetters, and if they were, they set a bad trend, like Pop Smoke. And I'm just saying, I'm a hater. I guess I'm a hater because these people are posers compared to it, like me. They're sitting there talking about it all goddamn day. If I talked about anything that I did, I can talk about it, about what I did. I can't talk about anything. I can talk about the dude who raped some girls in my community because I don't care about that. I'll burn him on that, and I will the whole time I'm alive or whatever. But I don't ever talk about anything else the rest of these people did. I'll talk about the rock star's the rock star's daughter, and the fucking and all of my Kingpin friends and stuff. But what they do, I can't talk about that at all. And some of them do things that you wouldn't expect them to do. Like, for instance, my best friend in the scene. Well, I had two of them, but I mean, like, my other best friend in the scene. She doesn't sling dope. She's the biggest drug dealer in Denver, and she slings dope, but she doesn't ever meet a customer. Does that make sense? Now, I don't know how people now, if you think about this from like a lawyer's perspective, how is that possible? She's the biggest dealer in Denver, and I mean it. She meets the most people in Denver. She meets them all. But she doesn't ever do business with any of them. You know, I don't know how this is possible, and I'm sure she doesn't know either. But it is possible. I've seen it. The magic phone with no sacks. You understand? No sacks. There's no sacks exchanging hands except for the source. That's it. But she is the biggest drug dealer in Denver. And I can say what she's doing because it doesn't matter. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Now, it doesn't matter, but everybody knows. And it's weird. And I can't talk to her. I haven't talked to her in 7 years. I'm not some connection that can step to her and ask her for things. She wouldn't speak to me if I or anything like that. But I do know her, and I love her, and she's like a sister to me, and I would die for her, and that didn't go anywhere, and I could say it on stream. And I say these things because I know that I've not disrespected her or anything that she's done. You know, I know it. I've got it deep in my heart. I know I haven't. I've been very, very careful about it. I know these people. I don't talk about them. I don't want to talk about them. I don't talk about the things that they do or anything like that. I can talk about the miracles that they manage.
active.
Like for instance, okay, I can tell by things that they do because it doesn't matter. But okay, my meth cook was a meth cook for 35 years, and he never did get caught. Even Heisenberg got caught. You know, or no, I'm sorry, Heisenberg never did get caught, huh? No, Heisenberg never gets caught. He gets extorted, but he doesn't get caught. No. But yeah, so I guess he does. Like my meth cook is kind of like Heisenberg. He never did get caught for meth cooking. He got caught for possession. And we'll do another one, which is weird. How do you go 35 years as a meth cook and supply huge scenes and not get caught? But I mean, he didn't get caught for meth cooking. No, not ever once. I don't understand how that's possible. He did it for 35 fucking years for thousands of people, for biker gangs and all types of people. How the fuck do you not get caught? He got rolled for possession and spent 5.5 years in jail several times. Like 3 times of the 35 years or whatever it was. But he didn't he didn't get busted manufacturing methamphetamine. And I'm very proud of this. I believe that to be a goddamn miracle. And the fact that he moved through 4 major scenes and still did not get caught, I think is some form of fucking miracle. I think it's some form of miracle. How many thousands of people knew in how many different cities, and he still, you know, never got caught for that. He never got caught for that. They kept rolling him for falling asleep in cars with minor dope possession on probation violation tips. But they never rolled him for fucking like distribution or production. And that I don't really understand. Even from like an American citizen point of view, how did that guy slide through their fucking, like, and I love him to death and thank God he did. You know what I'm saying? Thank God he did, you know? Free like OJ all day. You know?
Approaching Stargate.
Dubai has a sick problem. This one got a lot of views. I don't want For You. I want the popular. New York drill should never happen. That sounds good.
This is not how self-defense works.
No, that's not how self-defense works. No, that is I'm going to kill somebody on the streets works. That's how I'm going to kill somebody on the streets works. Yeah. I did it a little bit in the scene. I used to tuck one up under my pants or whatever, but only for the walk into the hotel room. That's it. At which point I either put it on the counter and let them know I have it, or I just conceal it and never tell them at all. One or the other. And if they have any issue, I tell them, well, I mean, did you have any illusion about who you're dealing with? You know? And I don't bring guns. I bring BB guns painted to look like guns, because all I want from it is the shock value so I can escape. That's it. I don't ever want to point it at somebody. If I were to get into some kind of gun confrontation, which I never did, I would keep the gun leveled at the motherfucking ground, and I wouldn't let him stare at him. I'd be like, look me in the motherfucking eyes, not the gun, right? I don't want him looking at the gun. I'd keep that on the motherfucking ground. And like, if the gun's on the ground, look me in the motherfucking eyes, right? And I'd take their attention. I'm leaving here. I don't want anything with you. I don't want any problems with you. You're not taking anything from me. I'm not taking anything from you. I'm leaving here. That's why I brought those guns up into the scenes. And they were BB guns, and they were painted black. And like, you know, and I was on a control tip, and at no point did anybody ever see them or hear about them or know they were there until the kingpins like saw them fall out of my pants or whatever. Or I would slap them on the counter. I'd be like, yeah, this is a fake gun. I just like, slap it down and be like, it's not loaded, you know? And they'd be like, oh, it's a BB gun? Yeah, it's a BB gun. It's a fake gun. It's not loaded. Click. I slap it on the motherfucking counter. Yep. And I was like, this is my heater, you know? And they're like, you're a fucking clown, motherfucker. And I'm like, no, trust me. It has power. It has the same exact power as a gun. But when you're looking at a judge in the motherfucking eye, you tell them it's an unloaded BB gun, they're going to look at you differently. I used to tell them right to their fucking face, you'll get the same reaction, not the same charge. Not the same charge at all. Not the same charge. The judge can't rightfully put you away on a gun charge for 5 or 10 fucking years when you're looking them in the motherfucking face being like, it's an unloaded BB gun. I had no intention of harming my community in any way or fucking form. It's a prop. It's a gun prop from Hollywood, right? And yeah, it's pussy. Yeah, it's idiot. But it gets a reaction. Trust me, it got a reaction out of the Kingpins. They never ever fucked with me. They never ever fucking crossed me. They never ever, they know that I'm not afraid of them. They know I'm not afraid to strap. I'm that dumb white boy is just not afraid to strap or anything like that. And so, like, yeah. And am I proud of this stuff? No, but it works. It fucking worked. It worked for years. It kept me safe.
Yourself in your ops hood with a gun.
A couple of times I just full blown let it fall out of my pants on purpose. And they're like, what the fuck? And I'm like, no, unloaded BB gun. Click, show them the chamber of the CO2. There's no CO2 in the fucking butt of the weapon or anything, There's no CO2 in the butt of the semi-automatic pistol that's painted black to look like a 9mm semi-automatic Beretta. It's like painted black. I used to literally play the fucking song Painted Black and paint a BB gun black. I painted like 7 or 8 of them. That's my thing. You want to call it like a idiosyncrasy or a fucking tell or a criminal's MO or like they leave a fetish. It's like a fetish basically. My fetish is painted up BB guns because I don't have anything. I don't want to ever harm anybody in my community. I'd rather die first. My thing is I want that shock value so I can escape that motherfucker. I used to consider carrying smoke bombs too. I literally did. I was like, I actually got very close one time to ordering smoke bombs. I'm like, I don't care about somebody trying to shoot me or anything like that. I want to escape the situation like Batman and then leave the scene forever. If anybody ever pulls steel on me, I'm leaving the scene forever. I actually feel that. I still feel this way. Nobody ever pulled steel on me that was involved in the scene. Nobody ever did. Nobody ever would have had the balls to. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody loved me. I was universally loved. Everybody loved me. Everybody was my friends. They're like there was nobody had the balls to, right? It's like nobody pulled steel on me, and there was a particular reason that never happened, because it happened to all my friends. You know what I'm saying? It happened to all my friends, but it didn't happen to me, right? I'm going to tell you why. Because they know I'm fucking crazy. When you meet me, you can tell I'm fucking crazy. I'm not like, I don't care what it is. I'll do whatever it is to end you. It doesn't matter what it is. And by end you, I'm not talking about murder. I'm talking about like your whole image, your business, destroy your family or whatever. And so nobody ever really screwed me. Nobody ever fucked with me. They can just tell I'm like not there to like, I'm not some pussy who will drink the milk when it's sour or whatever. I never have. I use the avenues by which I have to attain victory. And so like Heisenberg did with throwing explosives or whatever to get out of that one building in season 1 or whatever, I was like, yeah, why not? I think that's actually like not that bad of a ploy. Just shock value. That's it. That's all you need to escape the scene. If it goes badly and some other kingpin sticks you up or tells you you're being abducted now to be taken down to Mexico or something like that, nah, motherfucker, I'm pulling a fake piece. I'm sticking it at the ground. I'm telling you, I'm fucking leaving. And I'm not pointing this at you, but I will if you don't let me leave, motherfucker. I will if you don't let me leave. And I used to practice it. I used to be like, and I wanted to carry smoke bombs like Batman and fucking like and leave, because it's not about what's happening. I just won't get played like a motherfucking sucker. I will like Navy 6 SEALs out of that situation. I had all kinds of tricks for it. I used to keep my cell phone on my tire, because it like your cell phone is everything. It's like everything. If you lose that motherfucker, after I got a cell phone stolen, I began to realize how crippling that is. So I used to keep my cell phone on my tire if I was parked, because nobody knows it's there. Nobody knows, but I mean, if some girl steals your cell phone, if some person like jacks it at a party or something like that, that's very, very, very bad. For a while there, I had it chained to my wallet. I literally like I connected the ring on my cell phone. It's gone now because I ripped the ring off finally the other day after like 5 years or something like that. But yeah, like I had the ring attached on a chain to my fucking cell phone, so my fucking cell phone couldn't be stolen. And so I had all kinds of cell phone tricks that I could go into here, but I believe that I've got all kinds of crazy cell phone tricks, like for instance, how to not pay for basically anything. I know how to basically buy anything without paying. I've only ever used this trick, I think, 3 or 4 times in my life. But I know this trick that you can do with cell phones, where if I need to buy something, like for instance a PlayStation 5 or something like that, where if I really need to buy something, right, I can attain that thing without ever stealing a credit card or anything like that. And I have it, and it's a cell phone method. And it's a very simple cell phone method that you would be surprised you didn't know if you knew it. But I mean, like, I know this trick that I've used forever. Like, for instance, I 2 of the 4 times I used it was for PlayStation Pros when they were $799 on the market. And I gave one to Cloud Candy, and I gave one to me, and I gave one to my best friend. And I did this because I believe we all deserve PS4 Pros. I was just like, we have too much shit in our lives. We all deserve PS4 Pros. Treat yourself. If I'm going to do all this, and I'm going to learn this trick, and I'm going to risk my life, essentially, by doing the trick, I believe that we all deserve PS4 Pros. So I gave all of my best friends PS4 Pros. Now, did I pay for the PS4 Pros? No. Did I rip off a credit card to do it? No. Did I rip off a big corporate entity? Yes. But did I do it with a credit card? No. I just tricked them using a cell phone. And that's a lot simpler than you think it is. But it's a trick that you can't use all the time without ending up in jail for a really long time. So... And I didn't teach... I don't believe I've ever taught this trick to anybody. I don't think... I don't think anybody knows it, really. Anybody that I've ever met knows it. I don't think Cloud Candy knows it if she wants it. I think, you know, I know this trick. She knows I know the trick, and she's like, how do you do that trick? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell them. I showed her all types of other tricks, but I don't know how I don't know how I learned that trick. Well, I do know how I learned the trick. One time, a really crazy dude offered it to me. He was just like, you know, I could pay for the dope with cash, or I can just give you this cell phone trick. And I was like, what's the cell phone trick? And he's like, well, you can buy anything without stealing a credit card. And I'm like, how? And he's like, well, if I prove to you while we're getting high on the 8-ball that you're going to give me, that it works, and you buy something, then you give me the 8-ball, and you keep giving me a couple of 8-balls. I think it was like 4 8-balls. He was like, give me an 8-ball every week for like a month. And I was like, sure, yeah, no problem. All right. And he did. He taught me the trick, and it does work. This guy, he was very rich. He was more rich than I care to admit. And the first time I met him, he was such an asshole. Nice Asian dude, but he was such an asshole. He thought I was a narc because I had a good reputation. So he just by rote assumed I was a narc in the mess scene. He just assumed it. So the first time I met him, he was like, okay, you got to follow me if you want to do business with me. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I don't actually mind that. I was like, as long as it's some public place, I'll follow you anywhere. Yeah, I don't care. Whatever, sure. And he was like, yeah, okay. You have to come out to Littleton, and you have to speed to do it. And I was like, okay. And he was like, I'm going to speed, and it's not going to be much. But he's like, you have to follow me because cops won't speed. Cops will not risk other people's lives. He told this to me, and he's right about this. He was like, cops will not risk other people's lives by speeding because they'll lose their job doing that if they ever get witnessed doing it. And there's all these fucking cell phone cameras on the stoplights and all that. And he's like, you're going to speed, and you're going to run an orange light with me, and you're going to drive about 1.5 miles out here from me, and you're going to drive down the corridor, and you're going to do it really fast. You're going to do it when you're in possession, and you're going to drive fast, and I'm only going to speed a little bit, but you're going to speed with me for a little bit. And I was like, oh yeah, no, sure, no problem, actually, no problem. Just don't be crazy about it, and we're good. He was crazy about it because he was a meth head. He was crazy about it. He got up to something like 85, and I did chase him down I think it was actually 6th. I think he had me go up 6th. He had me go up 6th West, going really fast for like 85 and a 55. So I went 30 over with him because I was like, well, he seems to be serious, so whatever. And I'm not a cop, and he's not a cop, or he wouldn't be speeding. You know, and I was like, this actually makes me feel as safe as it makes me. I was actually more willing to break the law with him than you would think, because, you know, yeah, I'm a lot more willing to smoke a bowl with you than you might think, because then I know you're not a cop. You know, it's actually kind of funny. I like smoking bowls with my customers. I don't know, I don't like it, but I mean, I used to like it. I used to really like smoking bowls with my customers because, you know, I did smoke a bowl with every customer because, you know, that's the first time I meet them, it's smoke a bowl or speed, one or the other, because because, you know, I like telling the tricks, right? So he had me speed like fucking a mile and a half up the corridor, and then he proceeds to buy like, I don't know, $450 worth of dope off me or something. He just slaps the hundreds on the counter, and I'm like, oh, you have good money. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, none of my people have good money. And he's like, yeah, I have good money. And he pulls out this fat stack of like, I don't know, 60 grand or something, and he tosses down like $450 on the fucking table. And he's like, I want to do business with you. I like your style. Like, most of the dealers, they're too scared to speed. But the problem is then I think they're a cop. And I'm like, you know, I like you too, actually. I think you have good style, and I don't think you're gonna get me caught, are you? And he's like, no, I'm in this. I'm a bad person. I'm not gonna tell you what I'm doing, but I don't want to get caught either. And he's like, I'm in the scam artist like area. He wouldn't tell me what, but he's like, I'm in the scam artist area, and I'm doing very, very well. And he's like, I have no intention of getting caught. So even when I do drug deals, I force the dealer to prove that they're not a cop, because I figure I can get caught that way. And I was like, yeah, I feel that you can get caught that way, and it's very smart. So we did business after that, and the first thing he did, he's like, I'm going to teach you my best trick because I like you and I trust you, or I wouldn't have sped with you or done business with you or slapped $450 down on the table with you or anything like that. I'm going to teach you how to buy something without stealing a credit card. And I was like, what do you mean buy something without stealing a credit card? And he's like, I'm going to teach you how to buy something without stealing a credit card. And I was like, okay. And so then he sits down on his cell phone for like 15 seconds and he shows me something. I'm not going to tell what it is because I would end up in jail if I did. But like, you know, but, you know, it blew my mind, and I was like, why didn't I know this? Why didn't I know this? Why didn't I know this? I don't really understand why I didn't know this. And he was like, I don't really know why everybody doesn't know this either. And I was like, okay. So then, like, I was like, wow, it works. And he was like, yes. And then he was like, so that aside, he was like, I also deal in a lot of stolen credit cards. That's my other side business. And he was like, if you ever need a stolen credit card, I will give you one. And I was like, what do you mean stolen credit card? And he was like, if you ever need a good working solid business credit card with a good credit rating on it that has no, like, basically no limits, I will trade you for it for dope. And he was like, I've got a meth addiction, and if you will safely bring me dope all the time, I will just empower you financially to never have worries ever again. And I was like, oh, okay, sure, yeah. And then it got really bad after that. I started buying credit cards from him, and it was actually kind of bad. I only bought, I think, like 5 or something. But when I saw that he wasn't fucking around, I stopped. I was like, no, I can see how this would be very, very addictive and how you end up in jail. So I was like, no. After like the 5th credit card, I asked him, I was like, can I get a card? And he was like, are you sure you really want one? You kind of sound like you don't really care that much. And I was like, yeah, I think I'd rather not have one. He was like, smart play. He was like, I really like you. Smart play. And I was like, okay, I'll just never ask you again. How's that? And he's like, yeah, I think that's the wise play. And I was like, all right. He's like, I never met anybody who ever really like got away with it. And I was like, okay, yeah, all right. I got away with it. On his advice, you know. on his advice, yeah, I got away with it. So these other people that, like, you know, I'm not bragging about these things. I just like the stories. I think they're funny. I think they tell of an interesting time in America, in Denver, and the drug scene and all this other stuff. I think they're funny. I think the stories are funny. But do I think what I did was good? No.
And claim self-defense. This is not Texas. You're not even supposed to have a gun. And
no, you're not supposed to have a gun. What?
Y'all had the whole world. You niggas was jumping, clapping your hands between your legs and shit, and had everybody doing it. Street niggas used to be scared to dance before y'all. But you niggas so aggressive.
Before y'all early in the morning. Damn.
And so on camera, why anybody would gangbang in a city with over 25,000 cameras that we know about is being...
Why anybody would gangbang in a city with 25,000 cameras? This is why I don't like gangs. They're fucking stupid. They're so stupid.
What, $164 million in cameras?
The Bloods and the Crips, the old school crew that built them, they were smart. The idiots who followed them were goddamn morons.
Looks like it wouldn't even matter if K-Flock didn't have a $4,000 outfit on. The point of this frame is this skinny leg ass nigga was going to jail anyway. The feds live in New York City. How the f did these things
The feds live in New York City. You think they're gonna let this happen in their backyard? This is a real point of view. This is the point of view as I've always had about it. I was like, any time that you make more than $100,000 in the dope game, you're just gonna catch the feds. It's just how it works. That's the whole system that they built. That's what the game is. You lose the game. In the end, at the end of the game, you lose your quarters because the feds step in and fuck you. That's just what it is. That's and maybe you make it your whole way. You know, maybe you make it. Maybe you make it. Is it likely? No.
charge. Anyway, in case you didn't know, every 10 years, New York is dangerous. And then the next
No,
10
all
years,
those
it's not.
kingpins from Frank Wright all the way down to like, you know, like all those kingpins, Whitey Bulger, all of them did hard time. All of these people, L.A., Rick Ross and all them, all of them do federal prison at least 5 or 10 years, if not more. All of them. I was one of the few.
There's always a spike in...
And as it was, they were like fixing to fuck me for 10 years on a probation violation because the only thing they could stick me on was a dirty UA. They kept trying, but I mean the only thing that could stick me on was a dirty UA. So they stuck that, and they were like, probation violations, and we want to get you, but we don't know what for, so we're just going to try and stick you on probation violation. Well, the problem was I hadn't actually really done anything in 17 years, so the judge listened when the probation officer was like, this is my best client. He even narked himself when he threw the dirty UA before I caught the dirty UA, and that never happens. He was like, you know, this guy, he's been an exemplary guy. He's not that guy. He's not that guy who fucks up and recidivist. He's looking to get out of this. I believe him when he says that he's done for life. He says that every time I see him. That I told him, I was like, I'm done for life. I'm never doing this again. I'm never disrespecting my community like this again. And he was like, good. That's what I want to hear from you. That's what every probation officer wants to hear from their thing. I told him, and he was, you know, he almost cried when I said it. I was like, the first time I said it, I was like, I'm done for life, guy. I told him right to his face, I was like, I'm done for life. I'm done. I can't do this ever again. I can't do the system. You guys fucked me so bad. You held 10 years over my, you're still holding 10 years over my fucking head. Not now, but back then, you know, they were still holding 10 years over my head. I told him to his face, I was like, I'm done for life. I'm never fucking with people like you ever again. And he was like, that's what I want to hear. I wish all of my fucking people would say it. I wish they would say it. He's like, it's so good to hear it from one of my fucking customers, you know, because that's what we are. We're his customer. We pay him to essentially rehabilitate or whatever. And he's like, I wish all of my customers would say they're done for life, but none of them do except you. I've never heard anybody else, none of my other probationers ever say they were done for life. He's like, I love hearing that. I've never heard that before. And it's like, I'm done for life. You know, I'm done for life. He's like, I've heard it when it was a lie, but you mean it. I can tell you mean it. And I'm like, I'm done for life. I mean it. I've told my mother and God and my girlfriend and everybody, I'm done for life. I'm never voluntarily breaking the law ever the fuck again. I'm never doing it. Like, after what you guys did to me, I'd rather die first. I'll die first, you understand? To to get me to shoplift, you'd have to stick a gun to my dome and pull the trigger. I'm not fucking doing it. I'm not fucking jaywalking. I'm not subjecting myself to that fucking system in any way or form ever the fuck again. That's like getting waterboarded in Guantanamo all over the fuck again. I'm not doing that ever again. I'm not doing Guantanamo ever again. Nope. I never did see jail time either. I'm talking about Guantanamo being just the way that the lawyers leaned on me and all the false assault charges and all the bullshit that they did. You know what I'm saying? Like, why won't you work? Please work. Please work. So it's like, so then when I like come out of it, I'm like, yeah, I'm done for life because I'm just scared of you fucking with me ever again. And they're like, that's right. That's what the probation officer and the lawyer says. They're like, that's right. That's how you should feel. We don't ever want to fuck with you again, and you shouldn't fuck with us either. And it's like, they're like, that's right. And it's like, they're like, yeah, we like hearing this out of you. And I'm like, I'm done for life. And I sing, and I mean it too. I meant it when I said it, and I mean it now. I'm done for life. I'm never getting in the game again, particularly because it's entirely the purview of morons. The only people that were running it that were smart were my age, and they were all eccentric, and they weren't weird criminal douchebags. They were criminals, but they weren't criminals. They weren't rapists or murderers or anything like that. They weren't doing bad things, you know.
Decade, then the police.
They were selling dope, but they weren't doing bad things. No, they weren't doing like things that harm people. Selling dope might actually help somebody like maintain their normal life, you know. Honestly, I think selling dope sometimes helps people. It's insane. I know that sounds like a weird, twisted, fucked up back view of it. But I mean, sometimes selling dope to people, if they're going to do it anyways, actually might save their life, particularly if it's like an opiate. You know, it might save their life. They might really need that dope. You know? I had some people call me up like, I'm gonna die if you don't fucking meet me. You know? They're like, I'm gonna die, dude. Like, I'm gonna die, dude. You can hear the fear in their voice. They're like, I'm gonna die, dude, if you don't meet me. And I'm like, I don't have it. I don't have it. A couple times I'd be like, I don't have it. I don't have it. You better go call and cry to some other dealer. I don't fucking have it. I just don't have any. I'm terribly sorry. Call, cry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm telling you that you're going to die right now, but I don't have it. I don't fucking have it. You know? Sometimes you don't have it.
And then the murder rate plummets.
Sometimes she just doesn't go. Sometimes you just sold out and you just don't have it. I can't produce it out of my butthole. I can't tell some dude to manifest it into my hand. I can't, you know, I can't make the source just slap some sack in my hand right now this minute. It's going to take a couple of hours. I don't have it. I'm sorry. I don't have it.
And in 2010,
I have to get very used to saying that. I'm sorry. I just don't have it.
NYPD stopped these spikes altogether. The era the K-Flox generation grew up, aka the sturdy generation, falls right in the time for the murders to spike again. But my nigga, New York was solving about 80% of all murders when these little niggas was running wild.
Because there's like 15,000 cameras and 15,000 witnesses on the block every time they pull one. And where are they going to hide the body? The fucking river? I mean, how long's that going to last? They dredge that river every day. They dredge that river every day, pretty much.
And niggas still don't be wearing masks.
Yeah, like it's just dumb. Like, it's dumb. This is not how organized crime should have worked. It's dumb. It's what happens when greed takes over.
I'll rap about it.
And you step on dope. You stepped on the dope, and you took it over to the television too, and you glorified it.
Told anybody that song lyrics can't be used in court. Young Thug's trial was a state case. Had he been in federal court in New York, we would have never heard from him again. Why did drill start and last so long in Chicago? Because the police in Chicago only solved 21 to 26% of murders, meaning it's pretty much a free-for-all.
What the fuck is y'all doing? Bye-bye! Bye-bye! How you coming, bitch? We leave shit every day, too, bitch.
So every rapper that you see in New York that is free and walking around, it's probably because he never shot anybody. Because if he did, he'd definitely be on Rikers Island already. Being the biggest city in the United States by population, but not even being in the top 10 for crime, means this is not the place to gangbang, contrary to what it might look like. Now, I'm not saying that you won't randomly get punched on the subway, but you're still more likely to get murdered in Detroit. And bro, RPT, which is the River Park Towers, this project building, has been hit with 2 RICOs in just one decade.
2 RICOs! The entire block, the entire building got hit by RICO. The entire building.
No other city in America is doing this. Literally, this is some El Salvador, you guilty.
Yeah, like you're guilty as hell. Yeah.
Proven innocent type shit. And by the way, the Southern District of New York Court.
Those cops are black bag because they know they're black bag abductors. Oh my god, scandalous.
95% of all cases in a guilty plea. And when it comes to the feds who live in New York, only 0.4% of people take it to trial and get off. 0.4. Admitted to
Wait, like so like every time that these, oh my god, there's been 70,000 defendants in the year 2022 and 290 of them went and were acquitted. Are all 71,000 of those guilty? They couldn't possibly be. It's got to be something like 37 or something like that. 70% of them are probably guilty, but there's gonna be like 30% of them probably aren't. They're just like what do you call that? Like accomplice just by nature or whatever. It's insane. Accomplice is kind of nuts. Accomplice is sort of nuts. Just because you're on the same block as the motherfucker, you go up for being on a gang charge. I don't know about that. Isn't that just sort of his right to assembly? I don't know. I think some people go up in this country for fucking the right of assembly all the time, kind of. I think that's kind of the big complaint with ICP or whatever, is they were just exercising their right of assembly or whatever. We're about to do the Juggalo thing and on this channel today again, and look at some modern stuff from Juggalo fairs and the Gathering and all this, and like you're gonna be and understand that yeah, these aren't gangs. They're just people who exercise their goddamn right to assembly to gain some power somehow, some way in these terrible inner city ghettos that have no money and no hope. They're stranded on the streets where I'm from. They're stranded on the streets where I'm from, like in Denver and the West Side. They're stranded on the streets. I have a friend who I really disliked because he used to jack me a lot. He used to like jack my stuff. It was so annoying. He was a junkie and he would jack my stuff. He was a scandalous little thief. He was such a thief. If you knew him, you knew that he was like this fucking, like, he has sticky fingers. He would just take anything of yours that he liked. He was a scandalous thief, but he was also a junkie, and he was also our friends. You know, he was our friend. He was our friend. So his name started with N. I had a friend named N. He's still in West Side Denver, still jacking heroin and fucking fentanyl in his fucking arm and leaning around like a goddamn tranker out there on the West Side Denver. Some like 43rd and fucking Kipling or some shit. I guarantee it. He's still doing it. And when I met him 13 years ago, that's what he was doing. And he ran through our crew, lived in the house that I lived in, the flop house that I lived in, and like the garage. He lived in the garage before I lived in the garage, and I watched him scrub out because he jacked the owner, and then I scrubbed out because I couldn't pay rent anymore. I was an idiot, and I offered to pay rent. He offered to pay rent, and then he couldn't pay, so they kicked him out. I offered to pay rent, but then I wouldn't pay rent even though I could pay because he wouldn't let me use the bathroom. And I'm like, I have a girlfriend, I need to use the goddamn bathroom. She needs to take a bath. Like, come on, like, take a shower, you know? Like, we need access to the fucking shower once a day. And they were locking us out of the house because they're drug addicts and they were paranoid, and like they wouldn't leave the door open because they figured thieves would come. And so I stopped paying rent, and this is what led to a man trying to kill me. It's so fucking stupid. I stopped paying rent because he wouldn't let me use the bathroom in the place that I was paying rent for. I don't think that's I think that's fair. I think that was at my mother's advice, who was footing the rent at that time. She was like, I'm not paying rent if they're not letting you use the bathroom. And I was like, okay, you know. And that led to bad things. But I mean, those crazy drug addicts, they like let that shit get really, really bad. I did too. I was one of them. That flop house got really, really bad. And so my friend N, I consider him a friend even though we're like frenemies. You know, we've never really liked each other, but I do consider him a friend because he came up from the same place, West Side Denver, and he had the same problems and went through the same things. He liked needles. I didn't. I lived a better life than he did, you know, definitely. And, you know, last time I spoke to him, when I stopped talking to him, he stole a, oh God, was that, I think it was he like sold me a Nintendo 64, and because he sold me a Nintendo 64 for $40, he figured he could just steal it back. And it's like, no, motherfucker, I paid for the N64. You can't just go into my fucking room and just steal my N64 like a junkie. What the fuck is that? You know? And like, that was the only console I had left, was that N64. It was so dumb. And like, you know, it's like, come on, man, like, so like, I don't know. And so I just stopped talking to him. I was like, fuck you, you jacked me. I can't do anything. So I can't do anything. You're my friend. I can't do anything. You jacked me. What can I do? End the friendship? Like, we live in the same place. It's not going to work. We're roommates. So like, whatever. So, but I like, so then the last time I saw him, I'll never forget it. It was the last day I was leaving Denver. It's so dumb like this. It's so dumb. It was the last day as I was leaving Denver. I sat down at the 7-Eleven. I remember, downtown. I remember the whole thing. It's so dumb. It's so cliche. I sat down at the 7-Eleven across from the hotels downtown at 15th and I want to say Steel or something like that. There's a 7-Eleven next to the 5-star hotel. I can't remember the Royal or something like that. I can't remember the name of the fucking 5-star hotel, but there's this 5-star Marriott. It's the Marriott. It is next to the Marriott. It's the Marriott. And the Marriott is like right next to the 7-Eleven that's really popular downtown. There's two of them. And I come walking out of the 7-Eleven after I just bought like $2 worth of sausage McMuffins and like 2 iced teas, and I was going to the airport to leave. I had my backpack on and my suitcase, and I was getting on the light rail to leave town the last day. And 2 interesting things happened that day. I'll never forget. It was the last day that I left Denver, and I ran into N at the fucking 7-Eleven as I was leaving, and he was like, "Please, dude, please, I know you. You're my friend. Please give me $5. Please, please. I need it. I'm dying of trank on the streets and I need heroin." And I was like, I can't, dude. I'm sorry. I can't give you $5. I'm sorry. I'm traveling. I'm leaving this town today. I shook his hand. I was like, I am sorry. This is my suitcase. I have gotten over a drug addiction, two drug addictions. I've gotten over methamphetamine. I've gotten over heroin. I told him, I hope you do the same. I'm leaving this city. I'm terribly sorry. I'm never coming back here again. I shook his hand. I'm not giving you the $5 because I'm not going to be a part of your community anymore. And he was like, you know what? Fuck you. Okay. And he was like kind of crying too when he said, he was like, fuck you, but okay. And I was like, I'm sorry, I can't give you the $5. I have it, but I can't give it to you. I'm not your community member anymore. If I was going to live here past today, I'd give you the $5. But I can't. I'm taking this money to some other state with some other community that needs it more than, that needs it more than I do, honestly. And so, because he could tell I was clean. I was clean shaven. I was fat because I had just gotten through over a terrible, terrible breakup. That wasn't really my fault at all. And some man just threatened to kill my ex-girlfriend. That's all it was. Well, and my drug addiction was part of it, but it was mainly the man trying to kill her that really fucked it up, though. And he did try to kill me. And I got over all of it. I got over the heroin. I got over the meth. I got over it. I did 7 years of relapse prevention. I did everything I was supposed to do. And as I shook my worst, he was the worst junkie that I knew. I shook the worst junkie that I knew's hand. He was worse than M. M had more control than he did. He was the worst junkie that I knew. He definitely had no self-control at all. He would just steal from his friends. And we would just, we would give him the pass on it because we all know he's that dusty crackhead that's stealing from you because he needs it, And so, and that was the last time I ever saw him. That'll be the last time I ever saw him. I guarantee he'll probably die on the motherfucking streets. And I remember all the time going back that there's people on the streets still dying on the fucking streets. I want to open every jail cell and let people like N get a home, whether he's a junkie or not. I want to let him get a home and off the streets where he can have a toilet and have a faucet and have a hot shower and have mental health facilitation and care and TLC from the fellow roommates and all this other shit and just, a crew and people that look out for you like I got in the halfway house. I got that in the halfway house very strongly. I was taken care of 3 solid meals a day for 2 solid years. Good friends, people that were going through the same struggle. Relapse prevention every Wednesday for 2 of the 7 years that I did it. I was getting rides to the relapse prevention, so I didn't miss it. I was really following the tenets and doing my 12 steps and all the stuff that you should do. Giving up to God or whatever and admitting that you have a problem and all this stupid ass shit. And NA, doing NA, admitting that you have a problem with methamphetamine and all this terrible ass shit. And so when I looked him in the eyes the last day, and I don't look people in the eyes, I'm autistic. As I looked Ann in the eyes, I was like, you are the person that I wish I could save the most. And I shook his hand and I was like, I can't give you the $5. I'm not your community anymore. I've left this community. I'm terribly sorry. They killed me. They took the woman I love from me. They I mean that they took threat of force of death and terrified her away from me and the time apart we lost track of each other, which was shitty, and now I'm fucked up over it. And I don't care if it was like that for her. That's how it was like for me. That's my story. I don't care if it's her story or not. That's my story. That's my truth. All of that happened for no fucking reason. All the badness that happened with it happened for no reason. All the bad things that happened to her, no reason, And, get on the Dark Elemental. And so I said goodbye. I was like, yep, buddy, I will give you the $5, but I'm not going to because A, I don't believe in giving drug addicts money anymore. I just really don't. I've been one and I know that it's enabling behavior. B, relapse prevention taught me better. B, I'm leaving this place forever. I'm just not your community anymore. I don't need to pay you money. And C, I'm never going to see you again. Why should I give you money? I'm cold like that. I'm a fucking asshole like that. I said no to him. It made him cry too. He was like crying because he had to fess up that he was doing trank on the streets and shooting dope, and he was like using dirty needles and all this crap. And he fessed it up to me and used it as a reason to beg me for $5. You know, walk me up the stairs saying, "Brother, can you spare some sunshine?" kind of thing. And I was like, no. I didn't walk my way out of hell for 7 years to hand pomegranate seeds to somebody still stuck in hell. My Persephone was taken from me, raped and taken from me, and I will not give pomegranate seeds to people stuck in hell. No, I won't.
4% of people take it to trial and get off. 0.4. Admitting to a crime in a song is nothing compared to you being caught on camera. And since most of you niggas never heard of cell phone towers, when you commit a crime, your phone...
Your shit is letting them know exactly where the fuck you are. If they light you up at all, they're like, okay, well, what's his phone number, sir? And they type in the phone number and they triangulate you. And within 3 minutes, they're like, oh, yeah, he's down on 19th Street. 55th Street or whatever.
To you at the scene. Being from Chicago, I have to tell you, the only reason the drill scene was able to take off here is because the Chicago police are not good at solving crime.
I feel the same thing about Denver cops.
YPD is.
I watched the Denver cops ignore a fucking rapist, a serial rapist, because he was out of their jurisdiction. And they fucked me around and screwed me around on the charge and made me do the time too. They like forced me to fucking narc. They didn't force me, but they offered. And when I did it, because I wanted him off the streets, they were like, out of jurisdiction, get the fuck out of our car, have a nice charge, and left. And I was like, God damn it, with cops like you, no wonder they're getting raped.
Largest police force in the country. Do you know why?
Littleton police officer raped my good friend, left her to die naked in a dumpster, fucking... 30 degrees below. I went hunting that motherfucker. I went looking for him when I found out. I went looking for him. I was like, you know who he is? What's his name? She was like, oh, yes, I know who he is. What's his name? And I was like, would you care to share? And she was like, yeah, I could share with you. She was like, should I share with you?
K-Flock's homie and his ops will testify.
I was like, yes. I went looking for him. And we had to call that one off like an hour in. I got an hour into that motherfucker. We were rolling around, listening to Mobb Deep, looking to fucking jump some police or something like that, like fucking moron criminals. And I told my friends, I was like, nah, we're just not this dumb. I turned around, they were like, what are you doing? And I was like, we're just not this dumb. I was like, I'm not going to hunt a fucking white police officer in Littleton. We're just not this dumb. I want it. I don't have to have it. I'm not going to do it. I told him, I was like, I want it. I don't have to have it. I'm not going to do it. And I never did talk to her about that ever again. I was like, I just didn't mention it.
I guess so. Because
I got some guys together. I was like, yeah, I got some word about a Littleton police officer who raped my friend and left her to die in a dumpster naked 30 degrees below. I got the name, the proof, the Facebook proof, all this stuff. And they were like, oh, really? Yeah? And I was like, yeah, I don't want to do anything to him yet. I just want to find him and figure something out, something nasty to do to him. And they're like, yeah, okay. Sounds fun. And I was like, okay.
2 options in a game.
Yeah, about an hour in, I was like, no. I think I've just basically formed a posse to go meet out some fucking... some fucking like what do they call that Batman justice, what do they call that we don't like what do they call those they're like scofflaws, people that take the law into their own hands and stuff. And I was like, no, we're doing a bunch of cliche stupid shit that's just gonna end us up in jail, and we're just not this stupid. And my friends are like, whew. And I'm like, yeah, I've made the right decision here, and I still feel that way. I still feel that way. I don't care. I care what happened to her, and I still care. But I don't care that I decided not to do anything about it, because I feel that I tried to. On both times when I heard about terrible serial rapists in my community, that was the one time I did anything to anybody. Everybody else knew that I wasn't going to do anybody to anything. Because if I'm stupid enough for you to catch me, if I'm stupid enough for you to catch me slipping, then I deserve whatever I got. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So yeah, but when I see people that I don't like serial rapists, I'm going to roll them. I'm going to fucking roll them. I'm a snitch. I don't like rapists. Call me a snitch all day. I don't care. I don't like rapists. I'm going to snitch them out every single fucking time. I'm going to use their arrest for my own personal benefit. I don't care. I don't like rapists. I watched LA Confidential and Bud White too many times and patterned on him, basically, being like, you know, what the fuck do you want? You know, kind of stuff like Bud White. I don't fucking beat around the bush and stuff. Like, you know, and that's why I did some nasty things like turn state evidence on a rapist. Now, they didn't take my offer because they were like, out of jurisdiction, get the fuck out of my car, enjoy your charge. But I still tried to do it. I tried to do something to get justice for those women. I don't think most people do, you know? Am I a hero? No. I tried to fuck over criminals. Crocodile tears. Crocodile badge, you know? No, I'm not some hero, no.
New York is beautiful, especially when you can go outside. And with these,
but I tried to do something. I watched those girls cry in the back of my taxi cab too many times, and I tried to do something.
These type of charges, man, you could have said.
I did what I should have done. I turned state evidence, and I was like, I got a whole bunch of witnesses. I took their fucking essentially depositions in the back of my taxi driver cab. I took taxi cab confessions from girls who were hookers who were being forcibly raped by a drug dealer in a hotel room after he got them all high on opiates. And they were like, "Oh yeah, we'd love to roll this guy. Absolutely, give us his name. We'll roll him right now." They were like, "Yeah, that sounds great. Sure, you'll be a hero. Sure." They told me, they were like, "You'll be a hero. Let's do it. Sounds great. Let's fuck this guy. Where is he?" That's what they said. They were like, "Oh yeah, let's go fuck this guy right now. Take us to him." And I was like, "Okay, he's over there on 47th and Sheridan." And they were like, "No." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And they're like, "Get the fuck out of my car." And I'm like, "What do you mean, get out of the car?" And they're like, "I just did like an hour of paperwork. What are you talking about? I just signed paperwork with you. What are you talking about?" They're like, "Get the fuck out of my car. That's Arvada. We don't do anything in Arvada. Get the fuck out of my car. We're not crossing Arvada. We're not doing anything like that. We're not crossing Arvada lines. Get the fuck out of my car now." That was his response. He was like, "Get the fuck out of my car now. You wasted our time. I cannot condone speaking to you any further on the taxpayer dime." He was like, "Get the fuck out of my car now." And I was like, "Okay, bye." It was the weirdest moment of my whole life almost. And I was like, "You don't want to bust the rapist?" As they drove away. It was so bad. You want to know why I hate the pigs? It was so bad as they drove away. I was like, "Really? It's going to be like that?" And I think that's what I said. I was like, "Really?" As they were driving away, I'm like yelling at the window. I'm like, "Really? It's going to be like that?" Yeah. It was so bad. They were like, "Get the fuck out of my car." Just drove off.
He was still
it was fast. It was like 10 seconds. They were like, "Get the fuck out of my car now, or we'll look for you, or we'll get you right now." And I was like, "Okay, bye." It was like shark. It was like dealing with sharks who won't swim to another reef to stop the other shark or whatever. It's so weird. It's just like a shark that won't swim to another reef to stop the rapist shark. It's very weird. It's very, very weird. They weren't even willing to listen. It was so dumb. It was like,
homie got shot, and he went to go retaliate for his friend, and this friend still testified against him.
So then I went and dropped the dime on him in Arvada.
The streets is there, bro.
And this is why I don't like humans.
Especially in New York. And it's basically been there since the 90s, before most of these little niggas was even born. So I can forgive them for being ignorant. And I would have loved for New York to have their own rap scene that actually managed to...
Don't be fucking kids or women the wrong way. Don't be messing with women or kids the wrong way in my community. Don't be doing that. It's a personal pet peeve. Every girl I've ever been with has been raped by some douchebag who should have fucking been in the ground or something. And I'm sorry, it's a pet fucking peeve. It's a pet peeve like Bud White. I don't fucking truck with it.
To stay relevant. And I'm sure in the next...
Now, I was forced to truck with it several times in my life. I was forced to by the women. They were just like, "Nope, we're not doing anything."
years, we'll see the little guys that's about 12 years old right now blowing up on YouTube. And then 2 years from that, we'll see them being led away in handcuffs if they don't learn from the previous generation's mistakes. I don't like to be the guy to say, hey, your favorite rapper is going to jail forever. And you ain't gonna never see him again. But I fuck with Lil Durk, and that nigga is probably never gonna see the light of day again. And in fact,
let's go look at that, because I have no idea even what the fuck happened. Let's go catch up on our weird, dumbass drill rappers who murder people or whatever the fuck. Let's go listen to Lil Durk, who, like, why should I venerate these people who murder people? I don't really think that's very cool. I'm sorry. Nope. Murder for Hire.
Grammy Award-winning Chicago rapper Lil
Grammy
Durk
Award-winning
is facing new charges in a murder
What
for
the
hire
fuck
plot.
is the Grammys doing listening to Lil Durk? What the fuck? Dumbass white people.
I decided I had to finish.
Nope. That's all we get.
had Lil Durk's brother still been alive, he would be serving mandatory life in the feds in Chicago. But the difference with
Murder for hire plot. You can't go shoot the motherfucker yourself? Isn't that kind of the street ethos or whatever? If I'm going to commit a murder, I'm not paying someone else to do it. Then you got to probably murder them. You've got two murderers then, because then you've got somebody who can turn state evidence against you. Somebody who just takes your money and then does the job and then turns state's evidence against you to get out of the murder beef. Or some is probably the worst thing that could happen, really, is they take your money, they commit the murder, they turn state evidence when they get caught, and they just walk on the murder charge so they can point to the person who induced the murder in the first place, right? Which is why you don't ever pay somebody like a hitman to kill somebody. If you have some dirt, do it on your own.
with Chicago.
If you want to rob somebody, go out there and do it on your own. Like, go rob somebody like a real man. Don't be paying someone else to do it. You're going to fucking kill somebody. Do it on your own.
Is it took until these guys were in their 30s.
Murder for hire plot. That's what got that stupid-ass Silk Road guy fucking busted. Remember dumbass who ran the Silk Road? His name's not even worth remembering because he got busted for fucking Dread Pirate Roberts. The only reason his name's worth remembering is how comically fucking stupid, unhinged bad it is. Dread Pirate Roberts, the Silk Road guy, the original Silk Road guy, he also went up for a fucking murder for plot hire, which is something you'll never ever see me do. I'm not gonna murder somebody in the first fucking place. If I have some beef with them that bad, that means I fucked up. You know what I'm saying? That not them. That means I fucked up and I'm an idiot. You know? Yeah, paying someone else, that's just sort of like paying someone else to pin 2 murder charges on you. I can see that basically most of the time, boomerang and right the fuck back on you. That's all I can see out of it.
To get caught. All of the New York drill rappers are in the feds directly after high school. And the ones that's not...
What?
Must stress.
They're like fresh into jail at the age of 20 for trafficking cocaine or shooting people or whatever. Come on, man. You're 20 years old. You should be bumming around Europe riding bikes like us. You know what I'm saying? All of my friends did this. They all bummed around Europe. I did it too. I went to Paris. I went to fucking London. I bummed around Europe for a while. I fucked girls. I drank beer with my friends. And I played video games, and I sang music with my band. And I think I worked at the BP gas station in the Cherry Creek Mall. You know? What the fuck are you doing running game, turning state's evidence on some kind of murder charge with a cocaine gun for hire plot, where you're slinging crack in the motherfucking ghetto to kids, basically, or whatever, and gangbanging on the corner for 2 chains or whatever? What? This is the culture I used to think was cool when I was like 16 years old or whatever. I'm like, oh, they don't give a fuck.
Killers, because if they were, they would be...
No, your favorite rapper is like, yeah, you gotta get like me. Like, okay, my favorite rap song of all time is Ill Mind of Hobson 5. Which is, man, I hate rap. But if the shoe fits, wear it. I've become a freak of nature all the kids stare at, who walk around bumping raw with the shit blaring, saying fuck school and dropping out like a miscarriage. I'm embarrassed and I'm ashamed that I play a part in this devilish game, making your common sense perish. But I ain't taking the full blame, because most of you chumps run around here ain't never had strict parents. All of your brain cells rotten from weed, right? You feeling like you ain't got it. Life's not as complete. Yup. You having sex with every motherfucking body you see. Yup. With a past so dark that Satan jump out of his seat. Oh yeah. But still, you out in the streets thinking you as hot as can be, right? Yup. Without the knowledge to lead, so you can just follow the sheep, making sure your lame swag is all polished and clean, while your favorite rappers are like, yeah, he's got it from me. Yeah, you've been brainwashed by a fake life that you're used to living. When I say the word fun, what do you envision? Probably drinking and smoking out with your crew and chilling with clueless women you're trying to bang, bumping New Edition. Is that all you think life really is? Well, if so, then you're a fucking idiot. I honestly feel like grabbing your head and hitting it. Matter of fact, you don't even deserve a brain. Give me it. Do you even have any goals aside from bagging these hoes and packing a bowl? Well, let me guess, no. You're only in schools because your parents made you go, when all you do is play beer pong and hang out with your bros. Yo, society's got you living for a whack cause. You're a fucking adult with no skills at all. You don't read any books or play ball. You don't draw. You literally do nothing at all. Still, you fiend for the glamorous fruits you don't have because you idolize rappers that do. And all they say is, I got money and it's stacked to the roof, and now you think that it's going to magically happen to you. How? You're lazy. Your lazy ass don't commit to labor. You pick something up, try it out, put it down 2 minutes later. Then you complain about your life because it ain't getting catered. Now whoever tries to call you on your bullshit's a hater. You want to succeed, you have to try, or one day you'll get older and regret it all because you can't provide. Your friends are lowlifes, don't act surprised. Look, just cut the bad fruit off the tree. Make the sacrifice, right? Girls, stop acting like you want a guy with traits like Romeo. That's a fucking lie. You always talk about every man's fake and you can't take it and you want something real. Twice a week you put on your makeup and damn bracelets and head to the club half naked with your ass shaking, pulling a low life motherfucker who claim he's cash making. So you let him hit it and found he work at the gas station like me, and one of them blanks got you pregnant. You can't raise it, but you caused it. Your actions made a fat statement. You want Romeo, then act patient. Stop fronting like you up in the club, posting in the back waiting like me. It's the club where guys put on a new persona after they get loaded with a few Coronas. They always shouting and wilding out with habits that very few condone of. Then they look for beautiful brainless B words like you to bone them. Then when they leave you, you cry and cry, talking about, oh my god, I can't find a guy. I've spent so many years and I've tried and tried. Why am I even on earth? I should die. You want Romeo, you're not worthy, you're cock thirsty, you're nasty, and probably got herpes. Somebody, the secret to finding is to stop searching. Sometimes the secret to finding is to stop searching. Try a new formula because your last one's not working. The term real blanks publicly used, and I need to know what it means because I'm fucking confused, right? And I think I fit the term better than most people do. Are you one for always busting your tool? Nope. With nothing to lose and something to prove, with two homies up in your crew? Is it because you're selling drugs to get loot? Nope. And brag about how you done been shot and stabbed like it's fun to be you? Nope. But your life's the struggle, right? And you just hustling through, but no, you're a hamster ass motherfucker. You're just stuck in the loop. Man, why do black people got to be the ones who can't evolve? Because you in the streets acting like a Neanderthal. And this is Hobson saying this. He's black. I'm not. Don't take me out of context. This is somebody else's lyrics, not mine. It's clear you can't stand the law. You're lost as an abandoned dog, and all your interest is in fighting, rapping, and basketball. And I can't even fuck with you because if we go out in public, you're gonna get caught stealing some shit and get my ass in trouble too. And that's how I feel about it now too. You'll get old and be nothing, living life in these streets, thugging and starting shit with anybody, me mugging. Look at you, a real motherfucker, thinking your life's cool. Girls used to turn me down for guys who were like you. So you grab their heart and shove a spearhead right through. Then they regret it because it wasn't the right move. Your real N-word talk seems bogus. A real N-word doesn't brag about being real as long as he knows it. And his future doesn't seem hopeless, right? Neither does mine. A real motherfucker stays out of jail, handles shit, and he keeps focus, right? I got this lesson something like 13 years ago. I mean, I'm serious. That's how old this shit is. It's like from 13 years ago, from like 2010 or some shit. Yeah, I'm sorry, 2006. I got this lesson when it came out brand new in 2006, and I didn't do any of this shit. Sure, I sold drugs, and I slept with every girl, and I fucked around. I ran in the streets, and I ran from cops. I hated pigs, and I fucking hated investigated and I hunted police and I ended up in the halfway house and the fucking drug house and the flop house and I was a kingpin drug dealer and all this stupid ass shit. Do I respect any of it? No. I just fell into these things because they were what the people wanted for me to do at the time. These are things that what people wanted me to do, believe it or not. My meth cook wanted me to, he very badly wanted me to come and sell dope for him. He very badly wanted me to. Like, I don't know why, but he did. He very badly wanted me to sell dope for him because he knew that everybody liked me. Everybody liked me, you know? I don't know why I'm this piece of shit that sells dope or whatever, but everybody liked me. It was dumb. It's dumb. It's stupid when you're like the Leo type that like everybody likes. So all you rappers whose soul is out in the wrong, you inspire the issue that I wrote about in this song. You go to pile on the young who roam around in the slums, right? See, this is what happens with when rap's overcrowded with bums. Hope the like and that's what I think about like Little Dirk or whatever. Hope the hour is long when I'm rolling out with your tongue. The man above is my guide. You know the power is strong. All you menacing freaks are only in it for the cheese, and the mass control limit was breached. Fuck hip hop, right? They're only in it for the cheese, and any eyewitness can see they purposely making the innocent weak. My existence on this planet is for you. I ain't only here to benefit me. Yo, we need to make a change while there's still time. It is hard, and sometimes I struggle to trying to reveal mine. I can guide you if you feel blind. I just need you to be willing to journey into my ill mind, you know?
Island. Again,
and now I didn't write that song, but I believe in every word because it like hits the heart. It hits the hardest any rap songs ever hit, really, because it's like that issue. It's that issue, that bullshit ass fighting and bullshit ass basketball b-boy shit about fighting in the streets and pulling pistols and shooting each other over crack pieces and Little Dirk fucking like little high, like, you know, dread pirate robbers hire for, you know, murder for hire plots and all this like red dot plots and all this other stupid ass shit that Nas used to talk about and all this, right? Nas is like my favorite rapper almost. Like, that shit is so goddamn dumb. That shit is so dumb. The shit is so dumb. Right? That shit is so dumb like rape. That shit is so dumb. Like the game is dumb. Making yourself respect drug dealers is dumb. Being a drug dealer is dumb. I know I was dumb when I did it, but I mean, I knew how much money I could make and I could just pay for my habit and live on the streets and not have to worry. So I did it.
Get punched in the face on the subway.
These guys look at it like, how can I get a new set of AirPods? These guys are fucking posers. They suck dick. They're not real.
For no reason.
They care more about bougie ass shit like motherfucking Gucci bags and 2 Chainz than they do about like actual shit like living in the fucking projects and surviving.
But
they care about that too, and they do deliver that message, but they're more talking about how they just like slung some crack and shot you on the corner.
The media will have you believe New York is not somewhere to drill.
And it's not just black people either. It's everybody, just like everything else. Just like crime, just like rap. It's not just black people either. It's fucking everybody. I'm not talking about black people here.
Ever happened. It didn't do shit but make the police do their job harder and make the FBI concentrate.
Hobson was talking about black people in Ill Mind of Hobson 5. I'm not talking about black people. I'm talking about dumbass hood culture that led us all to fucking jail or death.
More on what
and Uzi Vert and little you know, all that shit, Lil Durk and all that shit. That's the core of that shit. That shit is so goddamn dumb.
Ever boroughs they weren't already looking into. And remember where the RICO charge came from. I wonder.
Yeah, where'd that come from? Was it the feds?
Came from. Oh, it was invented by the feds to take down the mob in New York.
Yeah, you guys act like you're like Queensbridge. You're not Queensbridge. Queen's rich, nah. When signing to a rapper kills you.
She does a song with Lil Uzi. Then a month later, she does a song with Lil Uzi. Then a month later, she is assassinated while sitting in a car with another woman. Yes, assassinated. She was sitting in a Porsche when she got boxed in and 2 shooters hopped out with rifles. Now, I've heard that since her father was... Murder
for hire. You can just get some fucking hood rat to just, like, or not hood rat, but like some rat from the hood to just shoot somebody. Like, why? Because they don't care about the charges they'll face or whatever? I mean, I don't know. Like, what? Like, that whole premise is so shaky. You want the streets to become like the Bastille, where everybody chops each other's heads off? No, I want the streets to be like the 70s, where we got in fist fights. I don't want people gadded on the fucking streets. I never venerated that kind of violence in rap, ever. I don't think I ever venerated any rappers who did. You can talk about killing a verse. That's it. That's it. You know? You can talk about killing a verse. That's it. That's about as far as you can take it. Not without becoming immoral, you know? Delivering a terrible message to kids. All this other stupid ass shit.
Was allegedly involved in the murder of young Dolph, that this may have been a motive. But I don't believe that. Not only because the killers were much younger.
I don't believe
and
that
likely
either.
had no ties to Memphis.
No.
Modesto was also killed 9 hours away from Memphis. And
9 hours.
Almost as random as this weirdo signing her to his very mysterious.
To this weirdo.
Which is not even confirmed.
Just to get her or whatever. Oh no, I guess he did sign her.
Label. It appears to be under Warner Chappelle Music, but
Amy Allen and I think I've heard of Amy Allen before. Let's see.
Yeah, label, which is not even confirmed to be a label.
Yeah, like weird Amy Allen. I think. Oh no, I've heard of somebody. I'm thinking of Lily Allen. No, Amy Allen. No, I don't know these people. Number one girl. Why do you look like a gay gangster? I mean, cool. Gay gangster is cool.
To be under Warner.
But I mean, but the image isn't usually that shit sort of like African American homophobic gang banging corner tripping, set tripping. Not usually like this, you know. I'm not saying this is bad. I'm saying it's counterculture in a weird way. Because that is a homophobic culture right there. Hip hop.
But someone tell me what I'm missing about this label. Now back to this bug out.
Not all the time, but I mean some of the time.
Well, I covered in my last video. He himself admits that his own cousin was killed just 2 days after signing to him. OTF
Lucy. Yeah, don't sign to my label, you might die. They shooting people for rapping with us. I'm sorry, it's not funny. It's murder. It is murder here we're talking about. It's not funny. I'm sorry. It's just, but that's how clown this generation is, though. They're like, they keep shooting people that signs to my label. You know what that reminds me of? Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, the fucking rapper that works at the McDonald's. They're killing people that sign to my label. Oh yeah, why? Because you're just banging on the corner or what? I'm sorry, it's not that funny. Dying, are you? No. Ooh, I got lots of dark elemental clusters. I want prune juice. Yes, prune juice the first. We will do the Metamucil and am I being hit? No. I don't know where. No. Oops, I already did that. I want this. Stirred around. that sound? Oh, the elemental shifted. Okay. I might be able to get this open. Yeah. Oh. Gotta go turn that off. I need to sit down or I will die. I really should go get a Nicarayo.
Feel like
it's a ninja sword. It's a ninja
These enemies when you
ninja katana.
have cousins, right?
It's like the best ninja katana pre 37, and I need one.
I remember when Newski was murdered. It happened 3 blocks from where I was living at the time. And due to it being Chicago and both of their names being connected to gang violence, it wasn't seen as suspicious. But then we have what appears to be a Facebook post. This was 2014, so excuse how weird it looks. But this is a woman.
My breakfast, I've got to eat it with a spoon. It's so thick. Oh, yeah. Look how thick it is. Oh, yeah. Strawberries, bananas, blackberries, blueberries. I forgot I usually do a stomach thing. What do they call that? A probiotic, but I didn't today. Because I gotta open the new package and I forgot. And Metamucil and ground flaxseed. And it's so healthy. It makes you feel so good if you do it every day.
who claims to have witnessed the entire thing. Again, I lived over here and used to frequent this area a lot. This was a very busy shopping plaza where it went down. There was a grocery store.
It always is. This is another reason we really disrespect this sort of shit. If you guys just went out to the desert and fucking shot each other, right? It'd be fine. Oh, yeah, I have not been chopping trees. I suppose I should be because I'm logged in. Oh, well. I seem to be totally unabated here. I have 10,000 wood. I'll set her to chopping again, and I'll bring the other alt in. Nice. Ah. Die upon.
Restaurants, 5 clothing stores, a bank, an AT&T store, a Walgreens, and an Army recruitment office, all packed into one corner, so there had to be dozens of witnesses. She said she told an officer on scene that Newski was still breathing. She must have been a nurse or somehow medically certified, because the officers on scene told her to do whatever she could to save him. And yes, it is very common in Chicago for the police to be there long before any paramedics arrive. But then, an officer from a department so unknown that literally living my whole life in Chicago, Illinois, I've never even heard of them until doing my research for this video. She says an AA officer interrupted her and told her not to touch the crime scene. When she argued that the man had a pulse and could be saved, an officer on scene begged that she be able to help him. But this AA officer threatened to provide her credentials and once again advised the woman not to touch him, and that it didn't matter anyway. And it seems that once these credentials were brought up, the police no longer had any say-so. An AA officer in Illinois is an officer of the Illinois Department of Human Services, the government agency in Illinois responsible for things like community care, substance abuse, disability, and child care for Illinois residents living in poverty. But in the midst of this back and forth between the woman and the officer, Newski's heart stopped, allegedly. How fucking weird. Now, an Illinois government agency is probably one of the shadiest organizations that you could possibly imagine. And if you don't know, Illinois is constantly ranked as one of the most corrupt states in the country, and Chicago, the home of most of these agencies, is consistently ranked the most corrupt city in the country. And yes, this story is obscure and hard to source, other than the initial reports that came out the week of the murder, but there would have been no reason I could think of to bring this random government agency into the story if it was a lie. Some things are just too specific, like a criminal describing their own crime scene with details only they could know. And not to mention, the main suspect in this murder was also ruled out. The police report states that the shooter was about 5'3" to 5'5" with dreads, but the streets pinned it all on a man with short hair standing about 6 feet tall. And not just the streets, his own friend, who himself will be mysteriously murdered, kind of pinned it on him. In an infamous live stream, he stated he was riding around with the killer on the scene, but he didn't want to be on camera.
I'm with the nigga that did. He don't want to be on camera though.
And this guy is heavily alluded to have been 051 Melly, a guy so notorious in Chicago that there are entire articles and hour-long documentaries about him, even though he never made a song or did anything besides have a vicious reputation in the streets. Now, the streets of Chicago have pinned a murder on the wrong guy before, but most of the time, it truly is common knowledge who the shooter is when a murder takes place, especially on the South Side. And two other things that didn't make any sense was that Lil Durk publicly announced that he was leaving this location for a meeting group, something highly unusual for a gang member with no security. Dropping your location only became known as a death sentence once it started happening in Chicago, so to say that he was unaware of this is nonsense. I mean, the biggest opponent to Lil Durk's wave during this time was literally killed hours after tweeting his own location back in 2012. The meet and greet took place in a no man's land or no one's hood, but this is still an incredibly stupid thing to announce and something no gang member in Chicago would ever do. Remember where people dying on live stream originated. I'm just trying to hammer in the point that there is no reason Lil Durk would have ever announced where he was going and when he was going to be there, especially when all of his most dangerous ops were still alive. And not only was this at the beginning of a deadly summer, but in just this week alone, 14 people were murdered in Chicago. And I'm not really going to cover what happens to artists that signed to Gucci Mane, because that's a whole video within itself. But Future signed a guy out of Chicago, I believe he was from the east side, named Freeband Trey Trey, who seemingly was barely ever mentioned by Future, despite the fact that he's only been dead for about a year and a half. Now, this guy was an active gang member, and if you check out the YouTube channel Ray Money Visions, a videographer out of Chicago, you'll see that just a year before his death, his video shoot was shot up, before eventually being killed in a shootout on the expressway. And in case you were wondering, this is also unsolved.
Trump's plans to inject so-called patriotic education into U.S. schools has experts freaking out that it's a dog whistle for making sure the next generation is loyal to him, with it mirroring steps taken in Russia and China. The Supreme Court now looks like it's about to agree with a woman who said she was discriminated against by her gay co-workers because she's straight. And then some lighter, interesting news about the race against the clock to establish moon time. We're deep diving into all of that on today's brand new Philip Branco Show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it, starting with this. So Donald Trump announced something in the second week of his presidency, but we really haven't heard much about it since. Right? And that is this whole idea of patriotic education. Specifically, I want to talk about not just the United States, but the way that we've seen this very idea implemented in other countries around the world over the past few years, and what we can maybe learn from that. But first, let's go back to Trump's first term in office, because that's actually when he first declared a new.
Wait, you just rolled the PDF. Okay, we're watching the PDF, I guess.
That, quote, left-wing rioting and mayhem were the direct results of decades of left-wing indoctrination in our schools. And denouncing what he described as a twisted web of lies being taught in U.S. classrooms about racism in America, even calling it a form of child abuse. And then Trump warning that the crusade against American history is toxic propaganda and ideological poison that, if not removed, would destroy the country. And so with that, he set up the so-called 1776 Commission to fight back, promoting a version of events that
we've heard this before.
Racism and slavery in America. With him saying that not only did it excuse the country's dark past, but even doing it in ways that condemned the civil rights movement.
Oh no.
Some outraged historians calling it a hack job and outright lies, and of course Biden, he rescinded the order. Now, it's 2025. Trump is back, and so is the 1776 Commission. Right?
Oh,
with that,
no.
An early executive order entitled Ending Radical Indoctrination in K-12 Schooling relaunched the initiative while claiming that, quote, in recent years, parents have witnessed schools indoctrinate their children in radical anti-American ideologies while deliberately blocking parental oversight. With that, not so subtly making it clear that such concepts as white privilege, unconscious bias, systemic racism, as well as any acceptance of transgender identity all fall under that umbrella of radical anti-American thinking. With all of this paving the way for the Department of Education to enforce penalties against schools that stray from the themes of patriotic education. They're sending a warning to schools that defying the order could mean facing investigation or losing federal funding. You know, with that, the call for patriotic education, it's not without precedent in American history. The 1776 Commission, it came after decades of conservative outrage about what some on the right have seen as left-wing corruption of the country's youth. In 1940, for example, you had a parent writing an essay in American Legion magazine criticizing radical, progressive, and communist teachers for not painting a perfectly complimentary picture of the founding fathers. And in fact, by the mid-20th century, many teachers accused of communist sympathies, they lost their jobs or were taken to court. Then, by the 1960s, sex education became another big target of conservative backlash. And in 62, for example, the Supreme Court ruled that school-sponsored prayer violated the First Amendment, with one parent reportedly saying in response, they've taken God out of the schools and put sex in. But in any case, you know, now looking beyond the United States, there, of course, is plenty of precedent outside of American history. Of course, some having highlighted how education became an instrument of control in Nazi Germany, but ironically, the specific language of patriotic education perhaps actually is most reminiscent of decades-long policies of the Chinese Communist Party, which, of course, Trump and Republicans have fiercely criticized. So with that, patriotism and propaganda, they've been a key part of education and other aspects of life since the CCP came into power in 1949. But then a very key thing is that back in 1994, the country explicitly adopted the language of patriotic education, unveiling new guidelines in an effort to reassert control over the country in the wake of the Tiananmen Square massacre. But then also, just in the past decade, we've again again seen a resurgence of this idea. With this thing in 2016, for example, the government issuing a directive calling for patriotic education to permeate each stage and aspect of schooling. With this being not only through textbooks, assessments, and museum visits, but also through the internet, which there, of course, is highly controlled, but still a very important source of information for many young Chinese people. And with that, the directive specifically demanded that
I get to go sell now.
be, quote, clearly taught about the dangers of negativity, about the history of the party, nation, revolution, and reform, and opening up, as well as vilifying heroic figures. And then, in 2019, China stepped it up again, coming out with a sweeping new update to the guidelines. It is notably happening at the same time as a new wave of mass protests sprung up in Hong Kong against mainland interference. And what we've seen is that in the past few years, as China has worked to solidify its grip on the territory, education has been a huge focus. Right? I mean, they just came out in 2024 with a new patriotic education law aimed at, quote, enhancing national unity. With a new curriculum.
So now I've got a full horse. It's not full, but I can't go any fuller without getting full, essentially. I could go one more round maybe, but not really. Yeah, and are you sitting? Yeah, you're sitting, but you're not healing, I don't think.
Curriculum being implemented in Hong Kong, including lessons on Xi Jinping thought, the personal philosophy of the Chinese president, which was actually enshrined into the country's constitution in 2018. But also with this, what's very notable is it's far from just China, where we've seen similar developments over just the past few years. In Turkey, for example, a 2016 coup attempt led to an authoritarian crackdown in which thousands of teachers, academics, university administrators, and education officials were removed from their jobs. With that also being part of a wider purge, the scale of which has been described as nearly unprecedented, with it also reportedly involving the firing of thousands of police officers, the detention of thousands of soldiers, and the shuttering of more than 100 media outlets. And not much later, you had President Erdogan announcing his plan to raise a pious generation.
What happened? spill? No. I don't think so. Hello? Fuck was that? Oh god, you scared the fuck out of me. Just go, just go, just go. Oh no, I guess I'm in dunes. Fuck, I need to cast Drain, but I don't have the money. Gonna do a Dunes party. Yes, I am going... Wait, no, I'm gonna stay Thief and go switch and Selbina if you'll let me. So let me exit to Markets. And we will attempt to warp to Zulkheim. If it won't let me, I'll have to ride Chocobo, which is so annoying. Oh, thank God it will. Okay, so I don't want to die here, but we do need to sell... No, I'm just going to dump in the bank. Whatever. And log here. Both of them. fuck it. Well, I should put it in the bank. This needs to be banked. Yeah, that shit needs to be banked. Yep. There we go, perfect. Quit. Fuck, am I out? I'm out of prison powder. Fuck, I'm out of prison powder. Nope, gotta get moving. If I'm not to make them wait. Fuck. Nope. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Be right back. Okay, there we go. We're in. We're logging back in. Okay, let's do this. Oh, did I get my... Oh, I didn't get my meds. Oops. Ugh. Okay, what's he sell? I don't know. Pumpkin pie over ginger cookies? I don't think so. I could buy a melon pie for $2,000. Fuck, I didn't charge my ring. No. Ah, the whole week's going by too. Such a good shot of I have such a good shot of Elishar. Such a good shot. Or, oh, is it 14? It was... No, I have fire. I'm gonna turn off the music now. It's kind of repetitive. Turn on some good Final Fantasy, like sort of passive music here. Oh man, I'm just sitting here in the public stables. Am I? Where the fuck am I? Oh god, it's somewhere. Is it a? Oh, it's a bush pig. Ooh, I'm in this guy's house. I just need mana. I'm in this guy's house, and I probably won't drown if I go in the water this time, because I'm only like a third weight, but... Did I get an instant warp? No. I'm such a fucking idiot. Oh no, I can go. I just go home. I don't need an instant warp. Oh, thank God I didn't go in the drink. Where am I? How did I get this far? Sit, sit, sit. Where am I now? Oh God. Oh, at least I'm not dead. I'm gonna sit for a little while because I'm like totally How did I get past all of these fucking mountains? I just walked up them, I guess. How did I get all the way over here? It seems insane. They're pretty good here. I like my Final Fantasy party. But put here, I'll put this on. This is good.
By expanding religious education in public schools. In fact, even straight up replacing secular public schools with religious ones. And notably, he tried to justify the measures by claiming discrimination against Muslims. And with that, later saying, our aim is to raise young people equipped with national values. And this, while in fact his policies pushing religion and traditional or family values, they've actually reportedly led to increased discrimination against religious minorities and the LGBTQ community. And this also, as there's some stuff in common there with what's been going on in Hungary, where you've had Prime Minister Viktor Orban also embarking on a campaign of so-called patriotic education, revising school curriculums to restore national self-esteem and celebrate the country's Christian identity, and later banning LGBT content in schools and on kids' TV. Of course, that was just one small part of a wider culture war largely being fought by attacking civil society, including, and perhaps especially, focusing on education. Right back in 2018, for example, forcing out Central European University, which was once considered one of the country's leading institutions of higher learning. But this also, as it was hated by some for the fact that it was founded by the conservative boogeyman, George Soros, with the mission of promoting democracy and human rights after the fall of the Soviet Union. Within all of that, bringing us to Brazil, where Bolsonaro, the guy who's been described as the Brazilian Trump, he actually came to power campaigning in part against alleged Marxist indoctrination in the classroom. And with that, he then attempted to implement an overhaul of the education system in that fashion, announcing plans to revise textbooks, to remove references to feminism and homosexuality. With that, I'll say, Bolsonaro isn't president anymore. He lost an election without conceding defeat and then sowed distrust in the country's electoral system as part of an alleged coup attempt, and he has since been barred from holding public office in Brazil until 2030. Meanwhile, if we look to India, though, you have Prime Minister Modi still hanging on to power, with experts notably saying there that he has increasingly embraced the ideology of Hindu nationalism, and with that, also going back to 2016, you had high-ranking officials pushing to make the country's education system more patriotic, with them calling for a greater emphasis on national heroes and the teaching of history, and even suggesting making mandatory the singing of the national anthem by school children. And what we've actually seen is what's been described as a crackdown on dissent at universities and on college campuses, as well as the rollout of new textbooks casting Modi's policies in a positive light. In 2023, for example, students in thousands of classrooms received new textbooks removing Muslim history and Hindu extremism, with them, for example, removing references to the links between Hindu extremism and the assassination of Gandhi, the secular foundation of post-colonial India, and riots in 2002 in which hundreds of Muslims were killed. And this, as they